Good morning, everyone. We are commencing BCC&I Infrastructure E-Conclave, Indian Infrastructure Fabricating Future. We have our guest of honor, Mr. Arun Maheshwari, Joint Managing Director and CEO, JSW Infrastructure with us. We have Mr. TVS Shenoy, Chairperson, Infrastructure Committee, BCC&I, and Chief Commercial Officer, Long Products Tata Steel Limited. And Mr. Gautam Ray, Senior Vice President, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Executive Director, HR and Admin, CSC Limited, and President HR, Power Group, RPSG. I would request the Chairperson of the Infrastructure Committee, Mr. TVS Shenoy, to kindly deliver your opening remarks. Over to Mr. Shenoy.
Thank you, Arnab, and good morning, everyone, and good morning virtually again from the city of Joy, Kolkata. On behalf of BCCI, it's my pleasure to welcome each one of you virtually and spending your time with us today in this conclave, which I believe is juxtaposed at the right time of India's growth story, propelling India's infrastructure, and how do we fabricate the future together. We have with us a fantastic set of speakers, and what they say is, how do you better make use of a pandemic? If it was what for the physical world, perhaps we wouldn't have got so many speakers together. Having organized many events myself, managing calendars, even digital is a challenge. But what better use to make a pandemic than to get the luminaries together? I'll quickly run through the speakers whom we all are going to have a privilege of listing in. Mr. Arun Maheshwari, whom you'll be hearing immediately post in the welcome address, the Joint Managing Director and CEO, JSW Infrastructure. And I must tell you all, more than professionally, as a human being, as in terms of leading a company into such bigger heights, is one of Mr. Arun Maheshwari's forte. We really look forward to hearing Mr. Arun Maheshwari. We also have Mr. Manish Chaurasia, MD of Tata Cleantech Capital, Mr. PR Jaishankar, MD IFCL, Mr. Amaria from MD of Tata Capital Financial Services, Professor Deepankar Chaudhary, Professor T. Kant, Professor and Head of Department of IIT Mumbai, Obleen Mukherjee, who is a partner of EY. We have Sambha Malhotra, who is going to be Associate Partner of McKinsey, Vineet, Managing Director and Partner of BCG, Arunagiri from L&T, Rahul Shah from Tata Projects, Mr. Sarkar from ITD Cementation, Mr. Chacko from SAIL, Mr. Puri from Anurag Property Consultants, Dr. Sailesh Agarwal, the Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, and many others, including Satish Patil, the Chief Digital Officer of L&T. We have curated this session based on the inputs provided by so many of the industry experts and fire chats together as well. While we'd have loved the event to be a physical one, an opportunity to meet in person, collaborating together and connecting in the digital way has also its own charm. And let's try to make the best use of it. Coming to the segment and the structure of the event, infrastructure segment is one of the pertinent segments today, and there's no bones about it. And many contributors being urban infra, energy, roads, ports, railways, many more. We're trying to touch each one of them during the day. India plans to spend over $1.4 trillion in the 5-year period from 2019 to 2023 in the infrastructure space. And who better than us in the industry to really back up the growth? There is considerable impetus provided by the government as well. We have seen it in the budget to encourage momentum in this domain, be it the National Infrastructure Pipeline, cross-country agreements, to undertake strategic infrastructure projects, investments in the renewable space, investments in the port space, and much more. At a crucial time when the industry and the segment is undergoing a dynamic transformation, with the developments in the technology front, digital front shaping many of the ways we touch our lives, and there are various platforms together. What we need to do is perhaps engage meaningfully to leverage and deliberate on the growth opportunities and challenges. There are no cobwebs, that there are plenty of challenges as we grow and try to race in the global arena in the infrastructure space. But this platform has been created today in perhaps a small little ignition to brighten the way ahead and to propel India to be another lighthouse in the infrastructure industry in the world. Today we're looking and what should we expect from each one of you who are connected, and many of you will be viewing this offline as well in many days from now. In the agenda, we're looking forward to discuss the pivotal role infra is playing in the overall scheme of invigorating the growth trajectory of India. How does business align itself to the environmental friendly policies? How does renewable industry, and we have seen the renewable energy with the 400 gigawatt massive growth impetus, how is it going to play an active role in the infrastructure segment? There's enormous potential in the marriage of technology and infrastructure, and tremendous prospect in research in the union of data-driven technologies, robotics, that automate construction, catapulting efficiencies and speed. I'm sure we'll touch all of these subjects as well. We'll also explore the possibilities of urban infrastructure acting as a harbinger for elevated living, better housing conditions, lifestyles changing for good, coexistence of infra and sustainability. Also, in the driver's seat to see the growth trajectory and carefully provide the necessary nudge to navigate the financial aspects of it. Thanks again to all the dignitaries who have accepted and joined in. Looking forward to a very, very invigorating session. And to all those who are connected here, please reach out to BCCI subsequently with any of your thoughts and suggestions, because it's we who can really propel what India can become. And we are the harbingers of tomorrow, and I guess it's up to us to live up to it. Thank you everyone for joining in, and really looking forward to a very, very invigorating session going ahead. Thank you and welcome again to everyone in the conference.
Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Ray to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. We are all here in the BCCI Infrastructure E-Conclave, theme being the Indian infrastructure, fabricating future. I would say most contextual and a very, very one of the most flagship event of the Bengal Chamber. Mr. Arun Maheshwari, Joint Managing Director, CEO, JSW Infrastructure. We are really grateful to him because he has accepted our invitation in spite of his busy schedule. Mr. TVS Shenoy, who is also a friend of me and the chairperson of the Infrastructure Committee, BCCI, and CCO of Tata Steel Limited, and Mr. Ablin Mukherjee, partner E&Y. I think he has already joined. So definitely it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all in this event, which is very, very contextual and important in today's context. And as we know that India has made a very ambitious plan of $5 trillion economy in next 5 years. So, and these are predominantly, I find, the infrastructure loaded plan. 35% year-on-year, growth in the capex and the proposed infrastructure. What has been thought of 10 lakhs crores of investment we are planning in the budget 22-23. So all these will basically reinforce our commitment to using the infrastructure as a force multiplier for the sustained economic growth. There are need for coordination among the ministries. These are important aspects. There is a need for coordination with the center and the states, because infrastructure cannot be alone the responsibility of any of them. For example, the 6 billion road kilometer in the country, which is probably the second largest in the world, and entire fleet of supply chain, goods, passenger, now to upkeep, expand, how really we will go about it. It's not only the investment, it's also linked to the policy, it's linked to the entire infrastructural issues, resource mobilization, capacity building, technology. So such a huge, colossal investment speaks for not only one directional investment, it is a multi-goal analysis and multi-goal synthesis. There are investments requirement in the port sector also. As we know, there are very, very ambitious plans. I belong to a sector, energy sector, and all of you know that India probably is the fourth largest grid in the world we are operating. And the way we have really gone, expanded our capacity, that is phenomenal. And India is considered really a major player in the field of energy provisions that is accepted. But another very important aspect I would like to just mention here, before I would request Mr. We will all eagerly waiting for listening to Mr. Maheshwari, that we are in a phase where we are speaking of three elements: decarbonization, decentralization, and digitalization. These are probably three Ds we are all aiming at. And India has a major commitment. India has committed something on net zero by 2070. India has committed 500 gigawatts setting up clean energy sources by 2030. And Prime Minister Mr. Modi, he attended the Glasgow Summit of United Nations Climate Change. Incidentally, I was also there, and Bengal Chamber also had a privilege to have a session there, 1.5 hour session on the accelerated e-mobility. It was really a privilege and proud occasion for us. But nevertheless, the whole issue is that this type of commitment is not only, it is a commitment by itself. So there is a necessity of phasing out, how it will be the phase down or whatever you can say for the existing capacities, how really we can go into the clean technology. This can be whether getting an opportunity for the country like India to emerge as a giant in the economical environment in the world. If we can really build the self-reliance in technology, taking advantage of this situation, be it in the storage, be it in the, because whole lot of this transition, once we switch over to another system, it's rather easier. But this transition management, which will bring a lot of disturbance in the grid, the resilience of the grid, the spikes in the grid, what we are anticipating, that also has to be managed. I am just one or two words, I have focused on the energy sector because I have little bit of experience of working it in. And I was having a discussion with National Grid. National Grid is the largest grid operating in the United Kingdom. And they have gone through all type of reforms. And all of them were basically aiming at how to really go to the desired level of sustainability, which is writing on the wall. So whether it is infrastructure, whether I mean specifically on roads, transportation, port, energy, everywhere we have to think about this commitment to the clean energy. We have to think about the technology development. And last but not the least is the human capacity development. We can think about very big, but unless it is backed up by the proper capable human support, it is difficult. So it has a link with our education system. So what I am trying to, at the end, I would like to say, it's not only an unidirectional infrastructure development, it is an overall perspective. So we have to think over it. And I think it is a very appropriate time we have taken up this subject. It is so contextual and so relevant. And we are really privileged to have the speakers like Mr. Maheshwari and whole host of speakers, what Mr. Shenoy has mentioned. And I feel that it will be a very useful deliberation. With this, I conclude, and I would request to take it over, please.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Mr. Maheshwari to kindly honor us with his inaugural address. We are all waiting to listen from you, sir. Over to you.
Thanks, Arnab. Thanks to all the dignitaries over here. I think it's an honor to be presenting something on this platform. It's a need of the hour, as has been said. When the economy has to go from 2.3 trillion to 5 trillion in a very short span of time, it cannot grow without a proper infrastructure in place. No country has witnessed any growth without touching the shores. it's quite evident whether we see US in the 1800s, whether we see Europe, whether we see China in 1960 onwards, and now it's the time for India. I think it's a wonderful opportunity and a very timely presented effort. So here, when we talk about infrastructure has a very wide definition, as has been said by Mr. Gautam Ray, that it's energy, it's road, rail, it is port, it is. I would go a step further. It is a digitalization, it is manpower. Everything is part of infrastructure. A seed cannot grow without proper input of sunlight or water, a fertile land, and everything. It has to be a combination of efforts. So here, I come from steel sector as well as port sector, so I can probably talk a bit more about port sector now. I'm relatively new to the port sector. I'm just 3-year-old in port sector. So, but whatever I can probably present today, I'll give a brief of the port global scenario, Indian scenario, and what is need to be done for growing up from this. Here, I would say, Bengal, West Bengal has been one of the earliest cities in India wherein the industrialization started happening. And it's a bit unfortunate that we don't have a very deep sea port in Bengal. Ideally, Bengal should have been having a very, very deep sea ports, whether Odisha has, Gujarat has, Maharashtra has, Tamil Nadu has, Andhra has, all the other ports have. Wherein, if you see the hinterland of Bengal, it's beautiful. You see the entire 7 states are there. The entire Nepal is there, Jharkhand is there, Uttar Pradesh is there, Western Uttar Pradesh, Eastern Uttar Pradesh is there. So the entire hinterland is superb. So I'll just give a brief about the entire infrastructure global port scenario, and thereafter probably we can drill down what is exactly required by India and especially in Bengal. So I request my colleague to just present it out. So here is JSW, as I'm presenting on behalf of JSW. So next. So I'll just pick up on the global scenario for seaborne trade. If you really look at it, any global seaborne trade has grown over the years. If I have to take a 10 years journey, very closely, if you see, there are 5 major things: crude oil, dry cargo, container, other tankers. They are the 4 major elements of any seaborne trade. And if you have to see, China has played, of course, a major role. If we can drill down further, then you will find China also. But then here, I would say that container is the only product which is growing. Rest everything is very, very stable. If I have to look at, the way the global scenario is changing, wherein the thrust is on a renewable energy, so coal would be under cloud for some time, if not immediately, maybe after a decade or so. If I see the iron ore, blast furnace based iron ore production will go down, and scrap based iron ore steel production will come up, so that would impact the seaborne trade. So that has a direct impact on ports. So I would say the total seaborne trade of dry bulk cargo is about 2 billion tons is only because of iron ore and coal. That will have a major impact in another 10 years. So we have to look at very, very drill down in a very, very minute fashion to understand what is going to be the impact going forward. I personally feel, we have done detailed analysis on that probably dry bulk cargo will remain what it is. It won't grow. And the growth will come largely from the container and the other oil tanker and crude side. If I go to the next slide, when I say about container volumes, you see the container volume which has grown in the last 10 years. It has grown from 550 million TEUs to 816 million TEUs. And imagine 25% of the global seaborne trade is only China. What an impact it has. Recently, all of us have witnessed the kind of disruptions we have seen in container sector, because it is quite controlled from all the origination is happening from China. So we have to be very mindful about that, how much we can distribute. Interestingly, India is growing at a very fast pace. If you see the India's growth of five-year CAGR, if I have to look at it, it's the highest in the world. And going forward, I can say in another 10 to 20 years, India would continue to grow at this pace on container space. I would say India may probably jump to the second spot in the world after 10 years. So this is what I would say, China dominance would continue, but India would take a reasonably second place in this sector. If I have to look at the third slide, which is like Indian port sector. Indian port sector has been very flattish. Of course, we see a lot of growth happening. We talk a lot about it. But in the last 5 years, the CAGR has been only just 3%, wherein the GDP has been much higher than that. Normally, the elasticity of a port sector should be 1.2 times the GDP, but we have not witnessed that so far. I think our underutilization of port sector or the location or the interland connectivity, when we talk about the entire infrastructure, it is still missing. The ports are beautiful, the ports are very nicely developed, but the rail connectivity, road connectivity is still not to the mark as what it should have been. So now the entire city has developed around the ports. So it has become quite a bottleneck to utilize the port to its fullest extent. Whether we call it Kolkata, we call it Mumbai, we call Chennai, all the entire cities around the port. So the utilization of port is, not having to that extent what it should have been. So still I'm saying, in another 10 years, our capacity will grow by almost 80%. And that's where the large capacity is building up around 100% is growing up in container, wherein bulk and liquid is growing by 50 to 60%. So I think the bets are coming very, very high on container side, which is largely towards the northeast side of India, which is still very, very underutilized sector. If I had to go for cargo bigs, which would be a very interesting slide for all of us to see. Bhavik, if you can go to the next slide, I believe. Just the next slide, please. The next slide talks. Next slide, Bhavik. So next slide is all about the major clusters. We have about 7 clusters of Indian port sector. Bhavik, can we go to the next slide, please? So if you see Gujarat, today the traffic is about 500 million ton, which is expected to 700 million ton. I'll directly go to the last segment of this, West Bengal, Odisha. We are 200 million ton. We are likely to go to 400 million ton. The detailed analysis has been done on this subject, from where the cargo will come, how the cargo will span out. This kind of infrastructure development, if I have to look at, probably we need to have a big, huge ports and investments in this sector. It is not only the port development, it has to be the backup of the railway and road infrastructure along with this. So I think we are, the state of Bengal has already started a couple of ports. Odisha is developing a couple of nice ports. Gujarat has been way ahead in port sector, and other states are catching up. I think in another 5 to 7 years' time, we will see a lot of activities in this sector, especially in the east coast of India. So going to the next slide, I'll just give a brief in 2 slides of JSW Group infrastructure. We are second largest port company in India today, with about 175 million ton of port capacity under our belt. We are well presented in east and west coast of India. Very few people know about it, that normally people believe that we are a very captive company and we don't handle third-party cargo. But we are almost 30-35% third-party business is what we handle. And recently we started in east coast of India, in Paradip and in Tamil Nadu. So this is a brief of operations. Next. The capacity expansion, what we have shown in the last 5 years is from 33 million ton in FY15, we are now 180 million ton. So this kind of capacity expansions we have done in the last 5 years and largely coming in the last 3 years. So this has been our journey. I'll just do a concluding remark over here with few pointers which we wanted to discuss. Port is quite an evolving sector. Here we can, discuss at length. The entry barriers are very, very high. The level playing fields are missing state to state. So this is one area which needs to be taken up at BCC&I level as well. That how do we bring level playing field for all the states, so that otherwise what happens, the shoreline cannot be altered. The shoreline which has a maximum advantage will always be ahead of times. We have seen that happening in India. So I think it's a high time now. All the maritime boards should come together, look at the level playing field, so that the growth of India is equal and equitable. That is very important. The second one is the impact of international trade flows. As I said earlier, iron ore, coal, and shipping rates and price of crude will play a major role in international trade flows. I think going forward, dry bulk cargoes will have an impact in another 5 to 7 years' time. In my personal assessment, when I was in steel sector as well as now in port sector, from 2027 onwards, we will start seeing a major disruption in the trade flows of dry bulk cargoes. So this is one thing. In Indian context, it is important to know. Of course, coal, everybody is going towards renewable, rightfully so. But I think Indian coal sector will continue to be there till 2035 or 2040. It will continue to grow because our energy demand is so much. It will be very difficult to limit our energy demand at a cost of growth. So this is one area which I feel. Mr. Gautam Ray and Mr. Shenoy both had picked up earlier, last mile connectivity in some sense or the other. Sea, rail, road, all things has to be under one platform. Today, you can develop a port, but if there is no rail connectivity, then what do you do with that asset? So there has to be single window for all these subjects. We have seen in multiple locations. I won't name any of the particular locations, but then we have seen several locations wherein beautiful ports are there, but then connectivities are missing. All the railways are being developed somewhere else, wherein the need of particular location is missing. So probably a single platform is required, maybe under one agency or under one umbrella, which we had seen in the past in India. But I think we should be revisiting that part, and probably a forum like BCC&I can pick it up at a right stage. Uniform policies to attract investments is again very, very important. It somewhere imbibes with the level playing field. We find that policies, states are forming their policies as per their own needs, wherein I would say need of the overall growth of India needs to be considered first. When I say a deep sea port in Bengal is required, it is not only Bengal's requirement, it is a requirement for Bihar, Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Eastern UP, Northeast states, even Nepal, Sikkim, everywhere it is required. So it's a beautiful opportunity. And now I believe a lot of efforts are being made towards this side, and we would be happy, to be participating in those such opportunities. But looking forward, this is a wonderful opportunity and a platform which has been provided by BCC&I, and at a very, very opportune time. I must congratulate the entire team of BCC&I to pick up this issue and inviting us for this brief presentation. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. From the audience, it's a wonderful experience for all the audience, definitely, to learn your viewpoints, and we'll definitely from the Chamber of Commerce will take it forward and will come to you regarding any suggestions. The two questions that have actually come. One is we are talking about international trade and bulk cargo and other thing, but there was a huge hue and cry about less of container. So container manufacturing in our country is in a very bad condition. So what is your viewpoints on the container manufacturing? That is one. Another one has asked that in a cooperative federalism structure, it's important that all the states should go together and hand in hand and should develop together. What is a particular suggestion for the growth of infrastructure growth for the Bengal? What would be your key suggestions, sir?
Sure.
These are the two questions.
Thanks. Very, very important question. The first one is regarding the container. We have seen the disruption during COVID times. Not that I'm supporting any of the shipping industry or something, but nobody cared about shipping industry when the charter rates were like $2,000-3,000 a day. Now it has jumped to $100,000 a day, so everybody is making a hue and cry. But this is largely because of supply chain issue got stuck in COVID times. The containers which were going deep into America or in Africa or India or China or wherever it is, they were not coming back because of less of manpower, because of less of supply chain management issues were there. So those containers got stuck over there. It is not that the lack of containers were a problem. It was just because of repositioning those containers was becoming a challenge. So today, suddenly if you see, all the yards in China is filled till 2024-25 for container ships. Market, in 2026, we will have so much of container ships around us that suddenly we'll find, why we have invested so much of container ships, wherein the dry bulk cargo ships won't be there, or tankers won't be there, or LNG, LPG fuel carriers won't be there. So suddenly, the entire world is moving towards container ship manufacturing now. Now, coming to the point of why we are not manufacturing containers in India, I think China is a factory for the world, and they have been generating containers. In fact, I have visited a container manufacturing yard in Shanghai way back 20 years back. And I was amazed to see the kind of manufacturing facility they have. We didn't have the steel plant to that extent. Forget about the container manufacturing that time. The kind of steel what they need, the cotton steel and other stuffs. We had no capability that time to that extent for that gauge and other stuff. So I think the sheer volume what they were doing was missing. Now India is catching up over there. Now the thought process is generated. Probably the ecosystem is still missing. If I have to set up a container manufacturing yard of say 200,000 TEUs in a year, it's still the volumes are very, very meager. But the entire ecosystem has to be developed for that. A lot of work is being done now on this subject. I think few of the plants will come up, but I still feel we have miles to go. And by the time 2026-27 will come, the container prices will drop so low that again the people will feel, this is not a good investment. These investments are done with 40-50 years in mind, not for 5 to 10 years. So, and thereafter, a big support from the government is needed for this, because it is not only a company's, it's not a profit and loss account. It's a company's growth account. In a company's growth account, a view of 4 to 5 decades is to be considered. So I think a big support from the government will help us to develop this industry. It is need of the hour, but I think beyond 5 years, 7 years, we'll see a lot of containers coming into the market from China itself. So this is one caution I would say we must have on this subject. Considering the second question was regarding the port in, I think port in Bengal, right?
Yeah, particularly what would be the suggestion for Bengal for the infrastructure growth in terms of port also? Yes.
I think recently government of Bengal has announced Tajpur port, which has been which has come of late, but it is late, but it is better late than ever. I think it's a wonderful port opportunity. The terms of references are really good. It's exciting for people to participate in that. And I think, in my opinion, such opportunities should be provided by all the state governments. It's not only Bengal. Bengal has shown, how good a port opportunity could be. As I said, again, it's Bengal has given a very, very good terms of references, but other states should also come along with this. And railways and road infrastructure has to be imbibed along with this. Otherwise, this port will be developed and you will not be able to utilize this kind of port. It's a huge capex, very, very huge capex. Probably one of the costliest port in India would be this.
Thank you, sir. And with this, we would request Mr. Ablin Mukherjee, partner, Ernst & Young, and member of our infrastructure committee, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of us. Over to Mr. Mukherjee.
Hi. Am I audible, Arnab, properly?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Maheshwari, for your time and for especially bringing about the entire story of containers, which they now say is the wheels of the global economy. On a lighter note, I don't know if you noticed, when the Red Fort speech of Narendra Modi happened, the entire security was actually built out of shipping containers. That's how he was protected from everyone else. That shipping containers were used. And well, I think his name is Malcolm McNeil, who had set up the container, and he passed away in 2001. Every container ship in the world blew a whistle together. So the container is this soft, underspoken, but which moves the wheels of the global economy.
Yeah, true.
On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, I just wanted to thank Mr. Maheshwari for this enlightening speech and for bringing to light what really matters. Some of this, we talk a lot about the consumer-facing things, but what goes behind moving the wheels of the global economy sometimes doesn't get covered. Thank you, Mr. Ray, for your words of wisdom. And thank you to all the people who have come together. It's quite nice to see that we have representation from Indian corporates like the Tata Group. We have representation from JSW. With that, we have representation from the public sector like SAIL. We have L&T coming. And with that, we have organizations like CESC, which have been there in West Bengal for years. And we have academia also with presence from IIT Bombay. So thank you to all the speakers for building this forum for interaction. Thank you to the media for bringing this out to the world. Thank you to our sponsors. And finally, thanks a lot to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for pulling this together. I mean, as personally one of those Bengalis who live far away, but still attached to your homeland, thank you to all of you for bringing this together. Look forward to an interesting day of deliberations and different point of view brought together by different people. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. With this, we would conclude the opening session of Indian Infrastructure, Fabricating Futures. Stay tuned with us. We'll be coming back exactly at 11:35 with a panel discussion, Powering the India Growth Story, Role of Infrastructure Towards a $5 trillion economy, which will be moderated by Mr. Sambhav Malhotra, Associated Partner, McKinsey and Company. Stay with us. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. We are commencing the panel discussion on powering the India growth story, role of infrastructure towards a $5 trillion economy. We have very eminent speakers with us, Mr. Rahul Shah, COO, Urban Infrastructure Tata Projects, Mr. Rupak Sarkar, Executive Vice President and COO, ITD Cementation. The session would be moderated by Mr. Sambhav Malhotra, Associate Partner, McKinsey and Company. Over to Mr. Malhotra to take the session forward.
Thank you so much, and welcome to everyone. This, all of us are not in Indian but global unprecedented times. We have seen economies witnessing adverse demand shock. There are breakdown across the global supply chains as well. But I guess there is a lot more positive to speak about as well. We have seen in the recent times the unprecedented recoveries happening, the new opportunities occurring through. There are technology companies who are kind of not just I would not say replacing, but working along with a traditional set of companies to kind of disrupt the new working models which are coming through. I would say the only fair thing to say today is that the uncertainty has become more and more certain. And now, what does it mean for all the infrastructure sector, or the topic that we have the Arnab is put across today, which is powering the India growth story, role of infrastructure towards the $5 trillion economy. If we were to just look back the budget speech, I think three most used words in the budget were development, invest, and infrastructure. That itself shows the role of infrastructure in reversing the growth trend, which we have seen a decline over the last couple of years. And obviously, a lot is riding on the infrastructure. We've seen a lot of new trends coming up, but big question, if I were to look at, all the audience over here who are across from the various sectors of the infrastructure opportunities, if you're to look at that, a big question is that which of these trends are here to stay and which of these are temporary? There is so much investment which is, riding on if we consider the near or the long-term future. There is a lot more talk about sustainability. There's a lot more talk about the data investment and everything. But where to spend and where to kind of take a light touch or partner with some of the other companies is a big question which is playing on a lot of players' mind. We have a lot more to discuss on this topic as we go along. We have two esteemed speakers. I think Tata Projects doesn't need any introduction. It's one of the fastest and most admired infrastructure companies in India. We have CEO Mr. Rahul Shah joining us today. Similarly, ITD Cementation doesn't need any introduction again. One of the leading companies across the infrastructure segments, marine structures, rapid transit systems, have been also involved in completion of our recent Kolkata East-West corridor as well. So we have Mr. Rupak Sarkar, Executive Vice President from there. Maybe Mr. Rupak, let me open the discussion with you. As I was saying that infrastructure was a big theme as we saw budget as well, but taking a step back a bit, that what are the few trends we have seen? Lot more disruption happening across not just Indian but the global infrastructure trends as well. If you were to take a look across the whole ecosystem, what are the certain trends in Indian and the global system in terms of, say, technology, business models, or the customer needs that we are seeing?
Okay. Thank you and good morning to you all. See, infrastructure sector has always been a key driver for economy of any country. Now we all know that the government of India has set up a target of $5 trillion US economy by 2025. And of course, the infrastructure has to play a major role on that. Without substantial growth of the infrastructure, this may not be possible at all. So the national infrastructure pipeline is a step in that direction. And the transportation sector, it tops the list of the infrastructure. if you see, 4,637 projects are in the pipeline with a total value of around 791 billion US dollar. And this transport sector also includes everything like your roads, highways, bridges, railways, urban public transport, airports, ports, inland waterways, whatsoever. And the second top priority has been given on the energy sector, where 698 projects have been identified with a total value of around 698 billion US dollar for both renewable and non-renewable energy. And the third topmost sector is the oil and gas, wherein USD is 478 billion have been sanctioned for the growth of, for the implementation of the projects related to oil and gas sectors. So definitely there is a big thrust given on the infrastructure, and that has to happen if we are really going to make it a 5 trillion USD economy by 2025. Other than that, see, other than these three sectors, whatever I have said, you know, there are projects like logistics sectors, telecommunication, social infrastructure, and water, etc. Now, the moment I talk about the social infrastructure, it generally calls about housing, education, health, etc. So we know that we have the project Housing for All. That was a massive project undertaken by Government of India. So far as the education is concerned, mostly in all major towns and cities, we are going to have IITs, we are going to have IIMs or NITs. Those are all under construction, and it will be commissioned very soon. Health, you know, medical facilities like AIMS, that has been planned in many metropolitan cities and in the major towns also. So there is really a development going to happen on this housing, education, and health sector. Now coming over to the rural, you know, now the idea of Government of India is to feed water, tap water at every household. It's a massive project and under the scheme of Jal Jeevan Mission. So definitely it is going to boost the. Next, if you see, other than the social infrastructure projects, we have the projects like strategic border projects, which is very important, not only from the transport point of view, but from the defense point of view. I particularly want to mention the projects going on at Jammu Kashmir for the railway connection between Jammu and Srinagar. You know, once the Jammu-Srinagar railway link is through, not only it will help the people of India to, travel comfortably, but even the Indian Army can reach Srinagar very fast because there are frequent landslides on the roads, highways, you know, it's a hilly terrain. So that's not going to affect the movement of the Indian Army also on the border areas. Like that, India government has taken up another project, Sebak to Rangpo, railway connection. So Gangtok is going to be connected by railway, maybe within another year time. So this highway, which is connecting Bengal with Gangtok, it's prone to landslides almost on every year. Every year, if you see, there are 10 to 15 times of landslides. Even the commuters got stranded. There's a huge disturbance on the vehicle movement. So these things will be completely eliminated once that tunnel is through, the railway link is through. And the highway is not that wide. It's a very, hilly terrain. You can understand the gradients somewhere are very steep, where it is very difficult to take the huge machineries. But once the railway link is through, you can transport any amount of machineries to the railway link. Then there are tunnels going on in Dimapur-Kohima sector. So Dimapur will be connected with the Kohima very soon, maybe within another 2 years' time, we will be connecting Kohima-Dimapur by the railway link. So all the strategic border projects have been taken up by Government of India that will not only going to facilitate the movement of the people of India, but our border will be much more secure. Our army can reach the border areas very fast, very soon, and without facing any problems related to the landslides and all these things, because those are all hilly areas, whether it is Sikkim, whether it is Arunachal Pradesh, whether it is Jammu Kashmir. So it's really going to boost a lot. Then the massive projects undertaken by the Government of India in other areas, like dedicated freight corridor. It's a massive one. The eastern and western freight corridor is already is progressing well. Government have recently sanctioned 3 more such proposals, connecting Dankuni, Vijayawada, Kharagpur, etc. Other than that, there are projects like high-speed rail, which is going to connect Mumbai and Ahmedabad very fast. And once this project has got a budget of around, I think, around 1.07 lakh crores or something like that. And the benefit we are going to get it, people can reach so fast, they can travel so fast between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. So it is really going to add a lot of advantages to the people moving between these 2 cities. And then we have the plan to connect Delhi Amritsar, Delhi Varanasi, Delhi Ahmedabad, Mumbai Nagpur, Mumbai Hyderabad, Kolkata Varanasi. All these projects are there in the pipeline. So once all these projects are completed, you can think of the fast people can move.
Sure.
Then there are other projects, like railway station developments. 56 railway stations are under development, and this will be, we will make all these 56 stations as a model railway station. So the kind of facilities available at the major railway stations nowadays, it's not that much. Now, once the model stations are totally commissioned, I mean, it will really boost the economy. Other than railway station developments, the airports. So many airports have been planned. 16 greenfield airport projects have been sanctioned by Government of India at various states in India.
No, absolutely. I think there is. No, I think Mr. Rupak, what you are articulating gives all of us a lot of excitement around the investments which are being made across the infrastructure sector. It clearly shows that there is a lot more focus coming in already from the government on this. Maybe just switching a bit towards focus from the government to the companies. Mr. Rahul, if I were to take this lens of what Mr. Rupak just spoke about is the lens of opportunity. But how are we ready for this opportunity? If I were to ask you, you are leading one of the brand who has executed a lot more complex projects. How are the Indian companies ready to scale at the pace at which government is planning to scale the infrastructure? Or are there new business models which even the Indian companies like yours are kind of retorting to take up this the kind of opportunity which Mr. Rupak spoke about? Sorry, Mr. Rahul, we're not able to hear you.
Okay. Thanks, Ambhav. I must mention that Rupakda is, of course, an industry colleague, but we are also partners in a very successful metro project in Mumbai. And very pleased to be on the panel with him today. Certainly, I share Rupakda's excitement about the emphasis on creation of infrastructure in urban and rural areas in India. And traditionally, infrastructure has always lagged development in India by at least 30 years. So there is definitely a lot of catching up the country needs to do. And that in turn will spur overall economic development. There's a lot of money that will be spent by the center, state, and municipal governments on building this infrastructure. And as construction companies, as EPC contractors, both ITD and Tata Projects, along with all the others, would want to participate in this spend. We need a very healthy contractor ecosystem in the country to be able to deliver this kind of spend in terms of finished projects for the users to benefit from. You asked about what is it that the contractors would want to strengthen the ecosystem. So I must tell you that while a lot of money is being allocated at the central level, a lot of money is announced at the state level, and a lot of promises are made at the municipal level. And I use my words very carefully for the center, state, and municipal funding. The officers administering tenders and contracts at the central level are of a certain caliber. That caliber drops as you come to the state level, and it drops considerably when you come to the municipal level. For contractors, the uncertainty around the client, the officer representing the client during the execution of the project is a cause of a lot of concern. A lot of money tends to get stuck because officers are not able to understand project execution or contract administration. When that money gets stuck over a period of time, affecting the cash flows of the project and the contractor, the dispute resolution mechanisms available in the country are take too long. And for contractors who are essentially working on the client's capital for execution, this is a huge challenge. Again, I would say that central PSUs are bound by the award, the arbitration award, which is the fastest remedial action. And they have to at least pay up before they contest the award. But that is not binding on the states and further down. In fact, it's not even binding on the states where it's the same political regime as the center. So to my mind, these are some fundamental areas where as contractors, we would need the government to support in the creation of a healthy contractor ecosystem.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, Mr. Rahul. Maybe taking that theme itself, I think there were a couple of interesting, at least, moves from government that we noticed in from the contractor ecosystem point of view. We heard about, an important change of, at least for the smaller contractors, that instead of bank guarantees, now the insurance company bonds can be used. We also heard about mandatory leasing of 75% of running bills amount within the 10 days has been mandated. I hear from you that a lot more of this lies in execution, while the changes, etc., have been announced. It's the game is more around the execution. Let me just take Mr. Rao's view also on this. Are these measures practically going to solve for the real pain points of contractors on ground, or do you see that, as Mr. Rahul was saying, that this issue is a lot more capability of the municipal and state bodies to understand and execute these changes that have been announced at a central level? So, Mr. Rupak, whatever in your experience, is a contractor pain point being adequately addressed by the central and the state governments?
Yeah, I do fully agree with what Mr. Rahul has said. See, it should not be only the contractors who need to be ready to undertake all these kind of projects. It will be the clients have to be equally responsible, and they need to ensure the completion of projects within the budgeted time. But that's not really happening because of a lot of actions from client. We see there are a lot of delays taking, administrative issues, decision making are getting delayed. And sometimes they are so conscious about their, auditing, vigilance, whatsoever. The decision making also sometimes becoming very tough for the client. Even they want, but they cannot. So finally, it is really going to hamper the contractors, what you have said, the cash flow. Because unless whatever you deliver at site is converted into cash, contractors cannot really go ahead with the project implementation. So in that way, contractors are very badly suffering. And secondly, the infra spending, okay, maybe there from the government, central government, there are a lot of trust and all these things. But if you really go to the banks or the financial institutions which are lending the infrastructure projects, because of some of the past history or past cases, this lending really becoming very, very tough now. I am telling you, getting any bank guarantee, I am talking about high value bank guarantee or getting a high value project funding. It requires so much of documentation, so much of study, so much of due diligence that the purpose is almost lost. By the time you get all these things, for whatever these things were asked for, the purpose is lost. So it is really affecting the implementation schedule. So the government has to also see that the project funding is done in a less time, the paperwork or the administrative clearance or whatsoever, their board clearances take less time because the public sector bank have their own formalities They need to comply with all their formalities. They need to comply with all the requirements. But what happening to the project? Because contractor has to start the project from day one. In fact, they need to prepare themselves before that. But in reality, it is not happening because we don't have sufficient cash in hand. Because project funding getting delayed, the financial institutions are a very, very cautious movement I find now. Even from the private financial institutions also, they go for such a long inquiry and such details. Last 5, 6 years, audited figures, this, that, what has happened, disputes, arbitrations, legalities, so many things that really project funding for the infra projects, particularly the infrastructure, there is a lot of delay. And sometimes it's not happening even. Even after complete submission of the documentations to the entire satisfaction of the financial authorities, they come out with a very meager figure than whatever was asked for. So that we need to see. And then the government also, now what Mr. Rahul said, for any contractor, they need cash. It is a basic item to implement any project. Now, if you find even the clients agree to pay you some advance, but they have now started paying the advances in installments, in phases. So you really do not know when the second or third phase is going to come, and contractor finds it difficult to make their planning. So apart from all these things, what Rahul has pointed out, the client has to be professional. That is very, very important. They are professionals. Some of them are really have got all the qualities, but they are so afraid with their, other issues that they sometimes are afraid of taking any positive decisions. They think that they are passing on some benefits to the contractors, this, that, it will happen, and what happens to them. So that thing should be removed. And
I think very, very valid points, and I'm glad that you are bringing the core of the contractor in front. Mr. Rahul, I think one of the critical point, if I were to bring along within this, is the role of digital, and there is a lot, obviously, I would say, to catch up, or if you were to look at global scenario versus Indian scenario, from use of digital in the infrastructure. Whether it is not just about the transparency in the system, but also the speed of the system, the agility at which we work with. What's your view in the role of this whole digital toolkit being deployed by not just our own companies, but also by government, to make some of the pain points far more easier for firms like yours?
I'd say that when we think about digital in the private sector, it is a very different world in the government sector. And digital in many ways speeds things up, empowers, and socializes. But in the government sector, it is seen as an enemy. In many departments, moving documents in PDF form or approving things on email or in the system takes power away from the desk and from the pen. And it leaves traceability in terms of a timestamp. So that part of digitization is something that in the private sector we've been used to for maybe a decade now, but in the government there is still resistance in many departments to do things, so that submission of invoices, certification, approval, all that happens in the system or even on email. But it's very difficult to see that in some parts of the system. But more forward-looking, I would say that when we are creating infrastructure, we may be late by 3 decades, but the technology available today, which allows you to create infrastructure and monitor the health of, say, the concrete over the lifetime of the asset, is today far superior than what it was 30 years ago. But we are not seeing that even central government tenders for important projects like bridges, right, or high-speed rail are not asking for sensors to be embedded in the concrete, which would not only help you during the construction, but would also help you monitor the health of the structure over its usable life. And that would help in terms of more proactive maintenance activities, fewer accidents, and the longer life of the structure. But this kind of understanding of new technology in construction is still not finding its way into the tender requirements. So I would say that digitization at a simplistic level is missing, but on the other hand, even at a slightly more sophisticated level is not expected.
No, absolutely. I think you brought in another facet of technology outside the digitization of the system, which again, there is a bit of catching up to be done over there. But again, just going back a bit on the processes, and Mr. Rupak, glad to get your view over here as well. That there is an ease of doing business on which government has been focusing a lot, right? And if we were to look at the whole e-bill system for procurements, the quicker payments, the resolution that Mr. Rahul, you were talking about, the speedy resolution, the arbitration being, the data flows happening seamlessly in many organizations, so that the contractor gets a kind of financing done, etc. Now, these are some of the things which have been spoken about not since now, since like almost 3-4 years. If I had to take your view on, have we, as at an India level, if I were to take a look at, have we been able to make some significant unlock here? Is the ease of doing business for a contractor, given this e-bill or all the things that we've spoken about, is it significantly eased out as we look behind as compared to say 3-4 years back? Or as Mr. Rahul was saying, forward looking, what are some of the significant unlocks which really will gravitate this infrastructure sector to a growth path? I mean, glad to take both a forward looking as well as where we are right now assessment from both of you. Mr. Rupak, Mr. Rahul, this question is open for both of you.
No, digitization, what I think it sounds good, but really it cannot be implemented unless and until the people are well trained. So that training is missing in many of the places. Digitization, this word is known to us for quite last few years, but are we really prepared for that? Are we really trained for that? I tell you, even if I make an email correspondence with my client, particularly with a government client, they don't accept it as an official communication. They still want the hard copy to be signed and sent to them. So what we are talking about, the digitization. So they don't accept any WhatsApp messages. Okay, WhatsApp, I don't want to mention, but what about the email? So they want, okay, they take email as an advance information, not as an official communication. It has to be signed and then sent. So we are still back to what Mr. Rahul was telling, maybe 20 years or 30 years back. Still all hard copies are there. So now, yes, lot of billings, etc. are happening through digitization. It helps us a lot. But again, there are some confusions going on. I am telling you one thing, that unless the people are properly trained, whatever you have, it is of no use. Because it's not that I want to misuse, because of the lack of knowledge, it is getting misused. So people need to be trained properly, and that training private agencies may take up very fast. But again, there is a bureaucratic system there in the government organizations to train such people. So they need to train their people also equally, very fast, so that we are on the same platform. Both the executing agency and the client, they are on the same platform. Otherwise, this digitization will definitely help us, but there will be a lot of confusions, errors taking place will go on happening. What do you think, Mr. Rahul?
I completely agree. In fact, one example I can give you is that of we are building the new Parliament House in Delhi.
Yes.
And there, of course, there's great urgency on the client side to get the project done. I'm just using this as an example to illustrate how fast a contractor can work if the client is under pressure to deliver. So CPWD is the client there. And this is a project that is very high visibility. It's monitored by the highest levels. But therefore, the support we get as a contractor in resolving issues, getting approvals, online communication. You're not waiting on formality, as Rupakda said, wait for the physical letter to reach. Everything is happening in real time, and it just illustrates that it can happen when there is a desire on the client side to complete the project fast. But of course, not every project is treated like the Parliament House.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Parliament House is a project of very high importance and all this. But
Rupakda, yes, I'm just using it as an illustration. I'm just saying that when the will is there to get it done, then the same officers who might in other departments not have moved fast enough, here they are doing things that even they would not have done for other projects.
Absolutely. I think this also, as you know, the corollary is that as at least in the private sector, people are saying there is clear work from home model which is sustainable. Similarly, you are suggesting, Mr. Rao, that this really has been demonstrated that if there is a will, there is a real-time monitoring which can go ahead as well. Just shifting the gears a bit towards the capex expenditure. Now, everyone knows about these big numbers which government has again announced on, like from 5.5 last year to 7.5 trillion investment in the infrastructure that they've announced. And I think there is also announcement of not just at a central level, but also giving loans to the state governments as well, so that this percolates down till the execution level. Now, while these expenditures have been announced at a large level, but where do they need to be invested on? And are there areas which the government should focus a lot more on from the infrastructure standpoint? As Mr. Rupak, you were in your initial opening speech, you were articulating so many sectors which have been kind of prioritized. But if you were to take a look at your vantage point, both of our esteemed panelists, what should be some of the most important areas to invest on, or are these measures good enough to revive the state's machinery as we look ahead? Obviously, it's a 35% growth from the infrastructure investment point of view, but do we also see that this amount of investment would revive the consumption on ground as well? Because there is a lot between cup of the lip and the tea itself. So, does this revive the consumption as well? I mean, both the points, glad to get your views. Maybe Mr. Rahul, starting from you.
Sure. Yes, certainly. This amount of commitment to spend by the center and then jointly by the center and the state will push a lot of money into the economy. And it finds its way through contractors like us or through cement steel manufacturers into the wages and salaries of workers. So yes, it does put money into the economy. In terms of prioritization, Rupakda outlined all the sectors, and I think it's very hard to prioritize amongst those sectors. But rightly, he said infrastructure. I agree. Yeah, infrastructure would be probably on a higher priority. But for the benefits to flow in the overall economic revival, other sectors cannot be left behind. But infrastructure takes longer to implement. It requires more patient capital. And it requires a lot of capital. So from that point of view, infrastructure first. Center-state partnerships for many projects like metros are crucial because it ensures that while the center supports the state also has to put in its own money into creating an asset that will be available for the next 100 years to its citizens. And since it is built in their own territory, they have to take ownership for it eventually. While funding is jointly contributed, the states are still maturing in terms of at what stage do they call for the tender. At the center, there's a greater awareness that land acquisition, right of way, all approvals in place before the tender is floated, right? At a state level, that is not so high even now. And there are many infrastructure projects which after being awarded get stuck, not for want of money, but because all the approvals are not in place. Fronts are not available to the contractor. So I think there is a lot of merit in learning from the Japanese and the Koreans, in the sense that they spend more time on planning so that they spend less time in execution. We as a country have a habit of getting off the mark quickly, but then getting bogged down because we didn't think it through.
And Mr. Rupak, we have heard a lot about, these public-private partnerships and the trust of government on these entities. Gati Shakti, everyone has heard about. Just your view on continuing the thought which Mr. Rahul was also kind of elaborating on, that while the investments have been announced, how can these investments turn into the execution? What is the role of this partnership, public-private partnerships, and how do you see that this 7.5 trillion money getting utilized in the prioritized sectors effectively in this coming year?
Yeah, public-private partnership is really very important. But what Mr. Rahul was said that, projects are getting stuck because of various reasons, not because of the public-private participations of these, because there are not enough planning behind that. After award of the job, we find the land is not available. If the land is available, the environmental clearance is not there. Once the environmental clearance is there, the forest clearance is not there. So many things are delaying the projects, and the contractor has to sit idle at the site, and all the problems start from day one. So whether it is a public-private partnership or it's a straightway participation from the public or from the private, we need to give more time on the planning stage and see that job implementation can start from the day one. It's not that we have planned the investment, but how you are going to spend the money? Okay, you have an investment planning, but you need to spend that money. Otherwise, what is the purpose of making all this planning? So there we are really, really lagging. Most of the projects, at least in ITD cementation, I can tell you, many of the projects are delayed because of the initial delay in commencement of the project. Once the project is through, okay, whatever was the scheduled completion, that can be achieved. But there was a delay in the commencement because all these approvals were not there in place. So those things need to be handled very carefully by the government authorities or the bodies inviting the tenders. So we need to give more time on that. And these participations will never happen unless those things are true. Somewhere, okay, we find that, okay, public-private partnerships are taking place, but it's not really going to mature enough unless and until we get a good site to work. That is really bogging down the contractors. And why should we invest? Unless we are not sure about the completion, unless we are sure about that whatever capex we are going to spend, that is going to have a good return and all these things, ultimately we are a private body. We are not, we need to see the return of our money, but we don't find any end date.
And do we see a silver lining there, Mr. Rupak? I mean, because these are not the issues which are, these have been there since some time. Do we see a silver lining? Do we see a path which is on track to kind of unlock these bottlenecks from our construction ecosystem?
Yeah, what I understand that NHI about 2 years back or 3 years back have given a directive that unless a 90% land is available, they will not go for the tender. They will not float the tender. If similar decisions are taken by all the government bodies, even in the metro projects, which really have got a tremendous value in the city life, if all the government bodies, if all the authorities take similar decision that unless and until all the land, all the approvals are in place, they are not going to call for the tender, yes, that will really help us on spending the amount what we have really decided to invest. Otherwise, your investment amount remains in the books only. You might have thought of 1,000 rupee investment, but at the end of the year, you find hardly 40% has been spent. Not because there was not enough work, not because there was not enough contractor, because of all these approvals delaying the projects.
Sure. And Mr. Raul, you spoke about that Parliament House as one example, but at a macro level, do we see that the focus coming in terms of these are very, very rudimentary issues which we are still kind of coping up with. I mean, really would be great for a common person to know from your standpoint that, do you see a silver lining out there?
Yes. Apart from the one Rupakda mentioned about NHAI and land acquisition prior to tendering, there is also this compulsory land acquisition process that has been instituted, which can be utilized by the state for specific projects which are of higher importance to the public, to society. And that is, it is to be used at the discretion of the state, but the mechanism is available where in a span of 3 to 4 months, the land can be secured. So those are some good things that are also being done.
Makes sense. We hope for a lot more active participation from all the bodies. I think one more interesting theme. Infrastructure cannot be spoken about today without speaking about the sustainability. I think the COPs meeting that recently happened, the overall, not just Indian, the global focus coming towards the green building or the whole sustainability. I mean, 70% of the emissions are at the end of the day getting attributed to the infrastructure sector, and hence at least at the global level we have seen a lot more responsibility coming from the organizations. But I think even at that level there's been a lot more talk in the actions. And in India, I think we are even a bit away from talks, if I were to kind of put our own perspective there. But do you see the whole green initiative really being a story to talk about in India, say in a couple of years' time? And also, I mean, linked to that, what's the investor story? Because are there investors who are preferring the investment behind the green buildings? Are we seeing any kind of traction from there? Because that's what it would really gravitate the push towards the green initiatives in the infrastructure sector. So any views around this whole sustainability would be great to get from both of you.
Okay. As contractors in the construction industry, we use a lot of cement and steel. And cement and steel have a very heavy environmental footprint in the manufacturing stage and in the logistics stage. The footprint at the project execution level is relatively low, right? So what that means is that green cement and green steel manufacturing are the biggest source of reducing the carbon footprint of any construction activity. So it is there are companies in Europe that have already moved in that direction, and they're measuring the environment footprint of their cement and steel production. In India, it is being talked about yet, but not available in any scale. There will be a cost to this. Environment, sustainability always will come at a cost. And as a developing economy, necessarily the European countries will need to adopt these green cement, green steel practices and benchmarks earlier for the scale to make sense in India. Once it reaches scale in India, the cost curve will start working in favor of adoption in India. So I would say that at this point, as contractors, I'm sure all responsible companies are measuring their water consumption, their power consumption, their diesel consumption, and doing everything to reduce that. But beyond that, there is not much we can do because the tender may not mandate use of green material, right? If the tender mandates use of green cement and green steel, it would make a huge difference. As contractors, that would be built into the costing then. But if we were to give an option to the contractor, we would obviously select what is commercially more viable within the tender conditions. So an environmental conscience at this point comes at a cost, at a price in India. And I don't know how many clients are willing to pay that price. Buildings go for LEED certification, right?
Yeah.
And that LEED certification is usually for commercial buildings where the developer wants to find investors, do an InvIT with his portfolio. And that is where he may find interest in use of material that reduces the carbon footprint. But it has to come from the client.
Makes sense. Mr. Rupak, what are your views around this whole sustainability story in India?
I tell you, in India, if you see, I don't hesitate to say, in the construction industry, the unorganized sectors are more prevailing than the organized sectors. I mean, organized companies, listed companies are very, very few, but we, being on the field, we try our best, but to the extent we can do it within our quoted price, which has to be competitive, and we'll have to be L1 to get the job. On many countries, they don't believe that the L1 has to get the job. They go by the standard deviation method to evaluate the correct price of the work quoted by various agencies. But here in India, you will have to be L1 to get the job. So if I have to be L1 and if I have to take all the costs whichever are required to make it green, I will never be L1 and I will never get the job. Do you want me to go out of the business because I need to ensure green? But yes, as a responsible organization, we have taken a lot of measures. Some of the measures I can tell you that we have stopped our generators for electricity. We are taking power through the grid. We are not, the use of diesel operated machines have become very, very minimum. Now, concretes, generally we don't manufacture our site, we take it from the locally available, if it is available, commercial plant, so that there is no need of installation of more and more number of batching plants, which will result in more and more transport of cement. Debris which are generated in the construction industry sometimes are huge, and we used to dump it here and there, wherever the space was available. Now there are companies available who take that debris, demolish it for recycling. So that leads to some additional cost for us, but we are still working with those agencies. But there is no separate payment for that. Let me come to Rahul's point. There is no separate payment being made to us for doing all these things. So many of the machineries we have converted to electric or battery operated, like locomotives which are used for the tunneling, compressors, etc. All these things we are now going for electric or battery operated. So I can tell you that yes, initiatives are there and we want it to happen, but we cannot go beyond some extent unless and until we get compensation for that. So that need to come from the client that yes, you will have to follow that, you will have to make it green, and you will have to quote your price accordingly and make everybody responsible for that. Don't leave it at the discretion of the agencies. So that's not happening.
Very valid. Absolutely, I think brilliant point of you over there. Just, I know along the varied topics, we got to hear a lot from both of you, and quite passionate debate, if I were to say that. Maybe just the last question around, the our own region. If you were to summarize your view on the infrastructure growth in to take about, what are your views? What should be certain priorities over here? Maybe Mr. Rupak, to start with from your side.
Sorry, can you?
Your views specific to the Eastern India.
Sorry, can you repeat it? Sorry, can you repeat it because you are not clear? You are coming broken. Your voice is.
Okay. Am I?
Yes.
Now?
There is a connectivity issue. Can you just briefly define the question once again, please?
Sure. I was just wanting to take a last view on the infrastructure development in the eastern part of India, specific
Right.
to West Bengal and Northeast. What my question was, Mr. Rupak.
Yeah, I tell you, lot of investments are taking place in the northeastern states. Right on the very beginning, I was talking about the connecting Gangtok with West Bengal through railway link. That is one of the mega projects undertaken by Government of India. Then in Arunachal Pradesh, many hydro projects are going on. In Nagaland, Mizoram, railway links, tunnels are going on. So many development in Assam on the river Brahmaputra. There are huge. One bridge has been opened maybe 3-4 years back, if I correctly remember. But tenders have been called for other bridges also. So a lot of investments are taking place. We need to develop all these steps, and we need to bring all these steps at par with the other states of India. And I think Government of India's mission is also like that. A lot of investments are happening, and whatever I have said, those are few only. What is to my knowledge, in Meghalaya, a lot of hydro projects are coming. So we are also bidding, that's why I know. So a lot of hydro projects are coming in Meghalaya. Then this road between Guwahati and Shillong have been widened like anything. It's now a 4-lane national highway, which was a small, very narrow lane. So all these developments are taking place. Now, yes, a lot of things have to take place, and there are a lot of concentrations from the Government of India on those states. A lot of projects, like Loktak hydropower project in Manipur is one of the largest hydropower plant coming in the state of Manipur, if you compare with the other parts of India. So those projects are coming up, and a lot of investments are taking place in the in northeastern states.
Makes sense. Mr. Rahul, your final comments on priority sector of East India.
In addition to everything Rupakda said, there is also a lot of investment coming connecting West Bengal and northeastern states to the neighboring countries to facilitate trade. And to me, that infrastructure link is also vital, whether we connect Myanmar, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal. So these are good trading partners and make a lot of sense to that region as a trading ecosystem. So just to add that there is investment infrastructure, investment in infrastructure on those lines as well.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I think it's again, I would just, before I summarize the debate, maybe Mr. Rupak, Mr. Rahul, any parting thoughts on what has been a great discussion? Personally, I kind of got inspired by a lot of passionate comments shared by both of you. Any parting thoughts on the topic just before we close the debate?
No, only one thing I want to add what we have not said. Only one thing what I have not said, the contractors, other than all these financial issues and all these contractual issues, the problems what we are facing, we are really facing serious problems with the labor force. You know, so many projects are going on in India and so many projects are on the pipeline, getting labors on time, even getting materials on time, even cement and steel. There is a huge scarcity of steel, of required diameters, of the structural materials. The manufacturers are, they have got their target production, that's okay, but that's not really meeting the requirement by all the infrastructure companies. So even the people, it's a big concern for us, the engineers, the technicians, whatever is required to push that infrastructure projects. Really, there is a huge shortage of that, whether it is material, whether it is manpower, staff, or workforce. We are really facing a huge problem on that. I think, Mr. Rahul, Tata may be a well-paid company and maybe they are not facing.
No, I completely endorse what you said. In fact, I would take it a little further that anybody, whether it's the government or the private sector, when you are investing such huge amounts of money in infrastructure, you do expect it to create some return in the form of social dividend or economic dividend. I think that if the government is more aware of the opportunity lost in projects that get delayed for various reasons because the contractor ecosystem is not strengthened, I think they would do well to then address the health of contractors by cleaning up some of the things that we discussed today, which would ensure that the money that they are pumping in is actually yielding results in terms of social dividends. So we are only a catalyst to that as contractors. But if you ignore the catalyst, the end reaction will not happen.
Can't agree more. Can't agree more. Thank you so much, Mr. Rupak, and thank you so much, Mr. Rahul. I think if I were to just summarize, and I wouldn't even summarize to great detail, just one common theme. Sorry, there is some background noise. Yeah, there is one common theme which came across, multiple facets that we spoke about today, and that was the need of the human infrastructure. While there is a lot which is being put across from the capital perspective, but the talent which needs to come in, or the skills which needs to come in, say, government organizations which are managing the show, the mindset change which needs to come into the clients who are developing these buildings, the labor issue that needs to be solved for the large scale contract. All of these, I think, a common thread, if I were to pick against most of the topics that we have discussed today, is the human infrastructure. And I think collectively we need to own this, and collectively along with government, state bodies, this is a important cultural and mindset shift that we need to bring along, and perhaps show the world that India has arrived as far as the infrastructure scene is concerned. Thank you so much again. It was a fantastic viewpoint and lot more information points shared by both Mr. Rupak and Mr. Arnab. Over to you.
Thank you, Sambhav. One question that had been asked by Mr. Kanchan Roy Chaudhary, that both of you were discussing, particularly Mrs. Shah, that how far is our indigenous capacities of cement and steel production in the country turned to support a robust infrastructural growth as envisaged currently, with mention also merits and demerits of respective construction materials and their preferences over others in current scenario. So this is the question asked by Mr. Kanchan Roy Chaudhary, if you may.
Okay, I'm going to give a response which is not very politically correct. As contractors, we are at the rough end for the last 2 years of the steep rise in commodity prices. So my understanding is that there is enough manufacturing capacity for both cement and steel in India, but manufacturers are diverting their production to other markets and raising prices in India. So I don't think it's a question of capacity adequacy, but we would very happily welcome a return to lower commodity prices. Over to you, Rupak.
Yeah, sure, because the way steel prices and cement prices are going up for last few years is really hitting a lot to us. So, but yes, there is no dearth on the manufacturing capacity of all the prime manufacturers. They can produce a lot. But yes, if the consumption takes place only inside the country, I think prices may little come down. And of course, they need to increase their capacity also. They need to go for expansion, whatever they're doing it also. But till these expansions takes place and till they increase their production, these things need to be looked into so that preference is given to the domestic works only. Then the prices will be more or less under control. Otherwise, every month there is an increase in price of steel. Every month there is an increase of price of cement. And not because that contractors are facing problems. Government also has to spend a lot of money against the price variation clause and all these things. So that we need to take care of.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of the panel discussion on powering the India growth story, role of infrastructure towards a $5 trillion economy. We are thankful for wonderful way of moderating by Mrs. Sambhav Malhotra, Associate Partner, McKinsey & Company. We are grateful for Mr. Rahul Shah, CEO Urban Infrastructure Tata Projects and member of our Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Rupak Sarkar, the member of our committee, Executive Vice President, CEO ITD Cementation. We are really thankful to you for giving us your precious time. With this, we look forward to have this discussion forward, and we'll come up with a recommendation out of the deliberations of today's proceedings. And we are thankful to you, both of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
And Manish was suggesting he would show some slides. Manish, you're comfortable with the slides inputs here?
Yeah, only I'll show the slide for the first question, otherwise not required.
Sure. No, it's fine. Yeah.
I'll just share my screen.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back for our Infrastructure E-Conclave. We have very eminent speaker with us, Mr. Manish Chaurasia, Managing Director, Tata Cleantech Capital Limited. We are having a fireside chat with him on energy sector transformation, the next decade of a new India. The session will be hosted by Mr. TVS Shenoy, Chairperson of Infrastructure Committee, BCC&I, and Chief Commercial Officer, Long Products of Tata Steel. Mr. Chaurasia is a financial services professional with over 25 years of experience in origination, credit risk assessment, and syndication in the Asia Pacific region. As part of the above mentioned functional categories, he has handled various products covering project finance, trade finance, and investment banking. Since July 2015, he has been working in Tata Group as Managing Director of Tata Cleantech Capital, which is the first private sector green investment bank in emerging markets, jointly promoted by Tata Group and International Finance Corporation. During his tenure till date, the company, starting from scratch, has founded over 275 projects in cleantech sector, saving 15.8 million tons of carbon dioxide annually, executed of number of marquee advisory assignments, and tied up with a number of global climate finance investors to channelize low-cost funds to the cleantech sectors in India. The company is rated AAA by CRISIL, an S&P global company, primarily driven by its top-class asset book of US $930 million as on December 30, 2021. In September 2019, the company became first Indian entity to be inducted in Global Green Banking Network, comprising national green banks across the world. Manish is a mechanical engineer from IIT Roorkee and an MBA from Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University. In February 2020, he was presented 100 topmost influential BFSI leaders award by World BFSI Congress. In June 2021, he was made one of the 3 co-chairs of Global High-Level Task Force formed by ISA for mobilizing US $1 trillion towards development of solar energy technologies and expand solar markets in member countries. Manish is an avid runner with several long-distance runs to his credit. With this, we would request Mr. Shenoy to take this session forward with very eminent speaker, Mr. Chaurasia. Over to Mr. Shenoy.
Arnab, thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to be back for the session. And Manish, what a resume to read it. As aptly we said, a long distance runner, and in the area of energy, you need to run marathons and not sprints. Manish, wonderful to be connected again, and it's great to have you on our session. And I'm sure the next 40 odd minutes. Arnab, if you could mute yourself, please. And over the next 40 odd minutes, we are going to have, I guess, a rollicking session with Manish, and hopefully we'll be able to answer all the questions as well. When we look at this topic today, and if we look at energy sector transformation, we often see a toss-up, and it's no longer a toss-up between thermal energy versus the renewable energy. We are seeing stringent SDG goals. We are seeing India having an ambitious 400-500 gigawatts plan of renewable business. And there's so much change in the offing. But how India is prepared in this transition? What are the various challenges that we need to look into? In this aspect, I think this session is very well apt. and well positioned to kind of address it in the next half an hour or so. So while I introduce Manish into the session, it's also important to understand what are the aspects of the business and the company Manish handles. And over to you, Manish, and a brief description of what Tata Cleantech Capital is all about. What does green investment mean? If you could maybe give an overview to the audience, and then we take the next questions once we have this part of it on. Manish, over to you.
Thanks, TVS. Thanks, Arnab, for a very nice introduction. And very warm welcome to the esteemed audience. I look forward to having a nice chat with you on this very pertinent topic, energy sector transformation, the next decade of a new India. So before we really start the discussion, I'm very keen to introduce Tata Cleantech Capital to all of you. In fact, I've got 2-3 slides because this is a unique concept, green investment banking, especially through the private funds, because most of the initiative which we have seen in this particular sector has been through public funds. Tata, along with IFC, is probably the first initiative which is through private funds. So before any further ado, let me just upload some slides for all of you. I hope the slide is visible.
So it's visible.
Okay. So just a small introduction to Tata Cleantech Capital and green investment banking. Essentially, as I told you, Tata Cleantech Capital is the first private sector green investment bank in emerging economies, and our focus is on climate finance and advisory services. We are a joint venture with IFC holding 19.5% stake and Tata Capital holding 79.5% stake. Essentially, we are into project finance, debt syndication, and advisory services. We only deal in debt, not in equity. We are, in fact, the first entity who has partnered with Green Climate Fund. Green Climate Fund is a fund which has been started with under the aegis of World Bank. And here they have given us a line of $100 million to develop the solar rooftop in the country. We are also part of the Global Green Banking Network, which comprises national green banks across the world. The key difference between us and them is that, as I told you, we are from private funds, while almost all of them, others are with public funds. We are a triple-rated entity, and we started our operations in 2013, but we started scaling up only in 2015. And since then, we have lent about $2 billion to various projects. And as on date, our portfolio is about $1 billion. We have funded, as Arnab also said, about 270 plus projects, about 275 projects. And the aggregate capacity of these projects is over 11.4 gigawatts of renewable energy. And in this process, we would have abated about 17 million tons of CO2. Being a clean tech finance company, the kind of sectors we fund are utility scale solar, wind, distributed solar, power transmission, basically the green corridor, water treatment, small hydro, biomass, energy efficiency, and electric mobility. Apart from this, we have also done a number of advisory assignments for our client. And our clients include ADB, IFC, GIZ, DFID, World Bank Group, and so on and so forth. So now, just talking a little more about this, whole concept of climate finance company. Basically, we all know that when it comes to global warming, it is probably the greatest challenge which the humankind is facing today. And if you see even the business themes, like digital is a big business theme going forward. And I think equally important is, fight against global warming and sustainability. The key question is always that while policies are important and also technology is important, but how will this be financed? So to know a little more about that, it is important to put the numbers in perspective. And if you really see the numbers, the global GDP is about $80 trillion. The global savings is about $20 trillion. And the funds which are really required to fight climate change per annum is about 4 to 5 trillion US dollars, which I would say is small compared to the global savings. But I guess the key challenge is that most of the savings are actually in the developed world. But the requirement is in the developing countries, because the countries like India and China, they have a much higher population. And going forward, they are likely to grow at a much faster rate. And all the growth which has happened in the last 200 years has been using carbon. And the carbon intensity of growth has been very high. Now, going forward, the developing countries not only have to grow, but have to ensure that it is dealing with the carbon emissions. So clearly, while the money is in the developed world, but the requirement is in the developing countries. So we require, platforms like Tata Cleantech Capital, which has been formed basically to channelize money from the developed world into the developing countries for fighting the climate change. So that is the basic rationale behind Tata Cleantech Capital. And I'm happy to say that since our inception, we have been playing our role into this. And the way we have done it is by forming some kind of a, by being a common factor and collaborating with a lot of other players. So to become effective financiers, we collaborate with the developers whom we fund. Now these developers need a very long-term funding. So we collaborate with multilateral institutions and international climate investors to mobilize that money based on the requirement. We also collaborate with a lot of suppliers, because ultimately the success of these projects depends upon the technology and the suppliers of those technology. Apart from that, our whole intent is to mainstream the climate finance projects into the commercial sector, and that's why we collaborate with a lot of commercial entities like public sector banks, private sector banks, to an extent even bond market. And to do all this, we have formed various strategic partnerships. Like IFC, we have a partnership through the equity stake. We also have a partnership with Green Climate Fund, which I spoke about, through a 100 million line. We also have a partnership with EESL, which is the largest ESCO in India, energy services company of the government of India. Similarly, we have a strategic partnership with IRIDA and Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So this is how we have really scaled up our business. And then the question always asks is that how are you different from the other non-banking finance companies? So the difference is that some things are common, but some things are very different. So one of the differences is that if you see our team, it comprises people with domain expertise. They are not just financial services experts. They're also technical experts. Apart from that, our due diligence is very, very robust. I'm very happy to say that while we have funded over 275 projects, only one project has become non-performing asset. And this confidence is very important in the market, because ultimately we are here to mainstream the technology, mainstream the climate finance. So unless the market gets the confidence that whatever we are doing is of good quality, the mainstreaming will never happen. The third way in which we kind of differentiate ourselves is through what we call social and environmental management systems. So normally when other wholesale NBFCs, when they do the analysis, the focus is more on the credit due diligence and the technical due diligence. But the climate risk is something which is yet not mainstream. And we fund projects which are not only climate friendly, but we also analyze what is the impact they will have on the environment, and also in terms of their social impact. So we see whether some projects can lead to extreme weather events, or whether they will need a displacement of a lot of people, or whether they will impact the water table underground. So we do a full social and environmental management assessment. And this is the reason that we have been able to tap money from a lot of multilateral institutions. Apart from that, we have a very strong comprehensive network. This is required because of the fact that we fund projects which are not mainstream. So it is very important for us to see whether the assumptions we had made at the time of funding the projects are actually coming out to be true. So we monitor all these projects very closely. Secondly, we are a pretty much an IT-driven company, being a new generation NBFCs. And because of that, we have kept our cost of operations very low. And our cost to income ratio is as low as 15%. While if you see the other NBFCs and banks, sometimes it is as high as 40 to 45%. Lastly, we have got a very strong research team, which does state-of-the-art research on the climate sectors, including the new sectors and the established sectors. So this is briefly about us and how we have differentiated ourselves. And this is about the Tata Cleantech Capital.
Thanks, thanks, Manish. I think wonderful view to actually have a ringside view of what Tata Clean Tech Capital is. But more importantly, I guess, Manish, you touched upon 3 or 4 important facets of what climate finance company does and what exactly are we looking at and the size of the pie. The $4 to $5 trillion potential of the money coming into this economy, and what you said, money is in the developed world, but economy is in the developing world. And let me try to connect that point with what India has set its eyes. And India set a very stringent SDG goals, and we also set somewhere in the 400, 500 gigawatt capacity ambition. And during the course, Manish, you also mentioned there are various elements of the climate finance. Apart from renewables itself, there are other aspects of the business which you all finance. But just going a bit deep on the renewables business is all about. Could you, in your experience, say what are the various challenges this renewables business is all about? How do you see India going about reaching it, and what are the challenges that we need to overcome, specifically from the renewables business perspective?
Sure, TVS. India clearly has a very ambitious goals in mind. And it's very important that India delivers on that, because if India does not deliver, the war against global warming will be a failure. India has to play a very important role. Now, as all of us are aware, in COP26, India made some ambitious announcements. India said that it is looking at a capacity of 500 gigawatts through non-fossil fuel sources. That is number one. And number two, it said that it wants that 50% of its energy generation by 2030 should be through renewable energy and hydro, including hydro. Second statement is in fact even more ambitious. Now let me explain you why that is the case. See, today as we speak, India has a power capacity of about 400 gigawatts, 390 to 400 gigawatts. Out of that, if you take purely renewables, meaning solar and wind, then it is that capacity is about 100 gigawatts. The hydro will be another about 50 gigawatts. So renewable plus hydro is 150 gigawatts. And then you have ancillary, sectors like bagasse-based power generation, which is about 10 gigawatts. So today, about 37 to 38% of country's total energy capacity is in, I would say, non-fossil fuel-based capacity. Now we are talking that from 150 gigawatts, we want to go to 500 gigawatts. So that is full 350 gigawatts over the span of 9 years. So that means we are talking about per annum capacity addition of about 35 to 40 gigawatts, at least. This has to be seen in the context of the fact that today, in the last, if you take 3-4 years, the capacity addition in the country has been less than 10 gigawatts per annum. So we are talking about enhancing our capacity generation per annum by about 4 times. I think this is clearly ambitious, and this will require a lot of work from all the players in the ecosystem. But the second statement which the country made is even more ambitious, because country is talking about the fact that 50% of its energy generation will be through solar, wind, and hydro. Now, this has to be seen in the context of the fact that the projects in solar, wind, and hydro, they operate at a much lower plant load factors. So today, while our 25% capacity is renewables, and including hydro, it is about say 35 to 36%. But in terms of energy generation, amount of energy which is generated from these capacity, that's not more than 20%. It will be maybe between say 20 to 25%, because of the fact that renewable is an infirm power, and it can be generated only when the nature allows it. When the sunlight is there, or when the wind is there, or when the water is flowing. Now we are saying that in spite of the fact that renewable is actually infirm power, we want that 50% of our power generation should be through non-fossil fuel sources. Now, technically, if you take a renewable plant today, if the entire capacity of the renewable is more than 20% of the installed capacity, then actually the grid becomes unstable. So clearly, what we are talking about is that the projects, the way they have been implemented in the past, we are very different from the way they will be implemented in the future. Because in the future, we don't have a luxury of putting the plants the way they have been put in the past. And at the same time, hoping that we will reach 50% of the total energy generation by 2030. Because if that happens, grid will become completely unstable, and that will actually lead to a whole set of issues. And secondly, based on the plant load factors we have got, that would mean capacity of more than 500 gigawatts, which is not our intention, because that will be more capital intensive. So one thing is for sure, that going forward, one of the key ways in which the energy transformation will happen is by the way the projects, by the quality of the projects which get implemented. So what we are going to see is that in the past, we have seen standalone wind projects, standalone solar projects. But going forward, we are going to see a lot of hybrid projects in solar and wind. Because once you have a hybrid project, then the generation is more stable. Wind allows the generation in the night and in early mornings. Solar allows generation throughout the day. And then wind again allows generation in the night. That is number one. But this is not sufficient. Many times the energy generated will be much higher than the requirement. Because ultimately, you also have peak loads and you have got time of low energy demand. So it's very important to have a storage along with this. It could be in the form of battery storage. It could be in form of pump storage. So going forward, we are going to see a lot of projects which will be hybrid projects of solar and wind along with the storage. And the good news is that the storage cost has been coming down. The battery storage cost has been coming down by 15 to 20% per annum. So what we are going to see is that in spite of the storage cost, we are going to have projects which will be much more viable. Probably they will be not as cheap as say 2 to 2.5 rupees of solar power, which we have today. But probably we will reach in the range of say 4 to 4.5. And in my view, that will be a point of disruption, because that would mean that this concept will be much more viable than your thermal power in all respects. And then probably we are going to see a massive disruption in the energy, and the way projects are implemented will change completely. So clearly going forward, country has ambitious plans, and I am sure that we are going to see a lot of activities and very different nature of the projects which will come going forward. These projects will be far more capital intensive, and they will require far more investments. Now coming to the challenges, there are a number of challenges. There are challenges which are quite common to all the investors, and there are some challenges which are common to only the equity investors. One of the key challenges we face today is that all this technology have a very high capital cost, but their operating cost is quite low because ultimately you don't need any raw material. So this is on one hand. And on the other hand, what is happening is that technology is improving. So every year we find that the new projects which come, they are able to generate power at a lower cost. Now, when we have a capital intensive projects, it is important to have a long-term contracts of 25 years to make them viable. Now, what happens is that these contracts are structured in such a way that energy will be supplied at a particular cost per unit of power. So say a contract is signed in say 2016. But what happens is that in 3 years, technology improves. And then in 2018, the contract which is signed, they are with a better technology, and there the cost of power is lower. So what happens is that someone who has signed the contract in 2015, he starts questioning that, boss, the cost of new power projects is much low. So I should also reduce the cost of that power. But this is not something which will really scale up the sector. Because if you have entered into a contract, it is very important that we maintain the sanctity of that contract, because that contract was based on a higher cost and a different technology. Now, this is something which has been the biggest challenge in this sector. We have got so many off-takers in the country, which are state discoms. And there has been a tendency for a lot of them to renege on the contract after a few years of honoring the contract. Now, if this doesn't change, then this sector will have a major problem. So I think the first issue which we have to face is the issue of sanctity of contracts, and we have to solve it. Now, the sanctity of the contract can be maintained. If that has to be maintained, then very important is the one who is the off-taker, who has signed the contract. He should be a strong guy financially, and he should have both the ability and willingness to honor the contract. Now, today, unfortunately, the public utilities which we have got in the country, like DISCOMs, they are quite weak in terms of their financial strength. They have to rely on subsidies from the state government to make payments to the developers. And this is all across. If you take central government utilities, then they are stronger. But if you take state government utilities, most of them are very weak, except for a very few like DISCOMs of Gujarat or say BESCOM in Karnataka. Now, because they are weak financially, they have a tendency to renege on the contract and to make the payments very, very late. Now, unless we strengthen our public utilities, we might have a lot of issues. We may not have too many developers who are really willing to come into this sector. So I think these are the two main challenges which the country are facing. And apart from this, there are some other challenges as well. India does not have a very deep bond market. So what happens is that most of the funding happens through say banks and NBFCs. But then these funds are not very long tenor funds. Even if the loans are given for 10 to 15 years, what happens is that these are linked to some floating benchmarks. So the funding can work very well till the interest rates are low, which is the case right now. But once the interest starts going up, then the viability of some of these projects can get challenged. So what the developers have done is that they have tried to tap the offshore bond market, the global bond market, because Indian bond market is not deep enough. Now there the challenge is that firstly, the money is not available for 10 to 15 years. It is available for 7 to 8 years. And it is very difficult to hedge that cost. Because when you borrow in foreign currency, there is a huge foreign currency risk. And you have to do a cross-currency swap to mitigate that risk. And it is very important because all the revenues which are generated are in local currency. That's why the servicing of the debt should also happen in the local currency, and that's why you do a swap. But the swap market in India is very, very shallow, and it is very difficult to get long-term swaps. And even if you get it, those swaps are very expensive. I think that is the fourth challenge we have. Finally, the land acquisition in India is not easy because of various laws. And the other thing is that the land records are not digitized. Because of this, what happens is that developers find it difficult to acquire land. And you can't acquire any land. There's only particular sites where solar energy is good or where the wind energy will be good based on the wind patterns. So land acquisition is difficult, plus these records are not digitized. So financial institutions find it very difficult to create charge on that land, which is very important. So I think these are some of the big problems. There are some other problems which is related to the sanctity of contracts. We have state electricity regulatory authorities. Sometimes they give a verdict which is clearly not in sync with the law. Unfortunately, if whatever it is, today power is a concrete subject, where central government also gives legislation and state government also comes out with legislation and policies. So sometimes there is a dichotomy between what the central government says and what happens on ground in the states. So these are some of the challenges, and in the next, I think, few years, we will have to work and resolve these challenges. But once these are addressed, I'm very sure the country has the capacity to go to 500 gigawatts, as is our intention by 2030.
Manish, I think the way you put it, and I'm sure for all the listeners in here, you would have got a real clarity and roadmap of how India is playing out. And Manish, maybe connecting a few points. One, from the perspective of India transforming itself to a 50% 2030 of our renewable, of our non-thermal part of it. So that would mean that we are seeing significant capacities in thermal gradually erode away, and then the renewables gradually pick up. So you're going to have a transformation or a transition point of time. Similarly, at that point of time, Manish, you did mention that while we got capacities of 38% and utilization and actual production could be in the region of 20. So directionally, we are seeing movement of quality of projects to hybrid, so that you have a combination of both wind and thermal, solar and wind together in this. So we are looking at one aspect, Manish, clearly push of markets for India transforming there. Parallelly, you did mention, Manish, of what are the various challenges which are going to come in from both from a off-taker as well from a financer. So if you look at now the next set of segments within this renewable business, and you look at whether it's a rooftop or whether you look at any captive, I'm sure there are various segments which are there, Manish. How do you see the segments within the renewables play out, or the non-thermal play out? Are there any transformations you're seeing them, either from a perspective of the developer or the financer? You did mention a few pointers, but are there any segment-specific inputs that you'd like to share?
Sure. So it's a very pertinent question, TVS. I do expect a major disruption in the power sector. And as I told you that the cost of storage is coming down by almost 15 to 20% per annum. So we will reach a point where the cost of generation plus storage will actually become quite competitive. At that moment, we will find a lot of solar rooftops coming in. Already solar rooftops are quite competitive and they're much cheaper. The power there is much cheaper compared to the power which the industries get from the grid. So going forward, I expect this to pick up significantly. In fact, initially India, when they came out with a plan on renewables, the intent was to have a capacity of 275 gigawatts by 2022. And out of that, 100 gigawatts was to come from the solar rooftop. But then solar rooftop was slow to pick up because of various reasons related to net meterings and related to the confusing regulations of the state governments. But going forward, I do expect it to pick up and pick up significantly. So you will find that a lot of SMEs and a lot of industries, they will use their own roof to generate power. And while earlier they had to depend upon the grid, because they had to pump the power back to the grid in case the power supply was in surplus. But now that situation will not arise because they'll be able to store that power. So they will rely more on the solar rooftop and coupled with storage, battery storage, for their captive consumption of power. Secondly, to the extent they need additional power, they will probably rely on open access power, purchasing power directly from green exchange or from bilateral arrangements. And this will have a transformational effect to the Indian industry. Because today, one of the reasons India is uncompetitive in manufacturing is that our cost of power is very high. So today, if you take a unit of power, it is almost 12 rupees per unit of power. While actually it is possible to generate power on the own rooftop at 4 to 4.5 rupees, even lower than that. And with the cost of storage coming down, you'll be able to generate more stable power at the same cost. So if that happens, I'm sure it will give big fillip to the manufacturing sector in India, because electricity is one of the key costs of manufacturing, and that will definitely transform the industries. So this is one change which I expect to happen, that along with the hybrid projects, we will see also a lot of solar rooftop projects. Apart from that, I do expect that not just battery storage, the green hydrogen will also become very important. And a lot of research is happening in various countries on green hydrogen. So today, one challenge we face is that when it comes to storage, battery storage, there's a huge dependence on China. But then that is not something which is sustainable. So countries in Europe, Japan, and India also, we are trying to see how green hydrogen can become more competitive. And as we are aware, a lot of Indian companies have made ambitious announcements, including Reliance. So I do expect that green hydrogen will pick up and the cost of green hydrogen will come down, which will give further fillip to the storage. Apart from this, what I expect is that a lot of digitization will happen in this sector. So, if you really see the energy transformation, it is not just about renewables. It's also about the efficiency of using the energy. What I mean is the energy efficiency. So today, when it comes to energy efficiency, we have seen progress. One is on the LED lighting, to some extent on the energy efficient motors, and to a large extent on the EVs. Instead of fossil fuel vehicles, we are slowly going to see a lot of EVs, especially the 2 and 3 wheelers. But one area which will be transformative is smart meters. So what happens is that if you have a smart meter in a unit, in say a residential unit or in say a factory, it is possible to see the entire performance of various equipments which are being used through the digital imprint which is there in the smart meters. So even without the energy services operator being aware what are the appliances being used in a particular residence, just based on the digital footprint, he can see what are the appliances and how efficiently they are being used. So a very good consultancy services can be provided. And a lot of balancing can happen, which can reduce the energy requirement itself. So there will be two transformations. One is that industries will use the energy more efficiently because they will use smart meters. And the energy services company will come in, who based on the footprint which is there on the smart meters will be able to say that what equipments are not efficient, what can be changed, or what can be synchronized better. So the energy requirement itself will come down, and the energy generation will be also through renewables backed by storage, which will be far cheaper. So these are some of the transformative things which I think are going to happen going forward. And lastly, we are also going to see better quality panels coming in, which will have better plant load factors. So today, even the best quality, panels, they probably generate at say 18 to 19% of PLFs. But probably going forward, we might see panels which may probably have between 20 to 25% PLF or even higher. And we might also have wind turbines, which will be more efficient. All this will make this sector more competitive.
Clearly, Manish, if you look at trends or mega trends going across the entire the shift and balance between thermal versus renewable, and within renewable, the growth of solar rooftops and also perhaps the microgrids, which can propel further, and backed up with energy efficiency, smart meters kind of equipments, and backed up with the energy services coming in. So we could see a transformation in space of new players, new services which are coming in here, Manish. Just connecting it to the point which you did mention earlier, that how does climate finance companies leverage these trends, and how do they propel the move towards the off-takers or developers trying to do it? And where I come from is this. There's tremendous amount of risk which is built in any project. And you did mention that there are risks of sanctity of contracts which get in, and then you have bid for a certain one and then you are reneged and you have to do it terrible, right? So very, very tough for how do you build a part of such a risk? And you did mention in the due diligence and the way which you have a robust risk framework, only one of your customers in your part of it, and you're looking at a 20-25 year period before your entire money comes home. So how do you see this industry change? So are you also seeing that finance companies who are able to do and able to take the big bets and risks, are you seeing long gestation periods as a need of the day? But are you seeing any trends evolving, or are you seeing how do we encourage and motivate the climate finance companies to put more money in this business?
Sure. So clearly there are trends which are evolving. And if you really see this whole space, you can divide this into 2-3 parts. One part is that segment which is already mainstreamed, which I would say is utility scale solar and wind. Then you have got a segment like solar rooftop, electric vehicles, green hydrogen, which have not been mainstreamed, smart meters. And then you have got segments like green hydrogen, which is more of a venture capital right now, because that will take some time to develop. Now, when you look at sectors like solar and wind, I would say that to a large extent, they have been mainstreamed. And this was not the case, say, a few years back. If I go back 5 years, then this was not the case. Now, if you take financing of these segments, then it is not just a call on the company which is establishing the project. It is also on the quality of the project and quality of the contracts. So financier has to analyze in great depth the quality of the contracts. Now, you can study the contract and find that everything is covered. But then you also have to take the call on the fact that whether this contract will be enforced. And that is something which is as much a science as it is an art. So that depends upon your view on how the sector is going to progress, how the regulations are going to evolve. To some extent, even what will be the political landscape. So when you do projects in developing countries, then you can't just depend upon the quality of the project. You also have to depend upon the quality of the sponsors. Whether sponsor will be able to support the project in rainy days. If suppose the off-taker is not able to pay for a long time, whether the developer will be able to bring in the money. So that is something which we study very, very closely. And the way things are emerging is that even the utility scale projects which have got mainstream, initially they are being funded through climate finance companies. And once they are operational and their operations stabilize, then they are going to either infrastructure debt funds or to the bond market. So this is how the solar and wind are getting mainstreamed. When it comes to the other sectors, today there are very few financiers. There are financiers, but they are mainly those who have a climate finance verticals. Like if you take sectors like say solar rooftop or smart meters or EVs, then these sectors are yet to be mainstreamed. But then a few financiers like us, we are working along with the other players in the ecosystem, like developers, like off-takers, and even government, and trying to see how we can make viable models. This is not easy, but then this is something which is required to be done, and that's why you need specialized green investment banks like us. So that is a short answer. It's a dynamic process.
Yeah, so getting it, Manish. So clearly, while I wish we had some of the renewable people also across the, having a live conversation here, just to building on the aspect of finance. And you did mention about bonds and overseas bonds coming in here. We just look back at the budgetary announcements which are happening in Feb by the finance minister, wherein to issue sovereign green technology and infrastructure bonds of 19,000 crores under the PLI scheme to mobilize funds towards the green infrastructure. So this clearly would it be an impetus to the industry? How does it work? Will this help the industry, or how will it propel it?
In my view, this will be very helpful to the industry. Essentially, when the government is saying that it will come out with the international green bond issuance, clearly the idea is that they will fund public sector units through this issuance. And these issuance, because they'll be backed by sovereign, will have a lower cost of funds. And lower cost of fund gets converted into a lower cost of power. Because I said earlier that in renewable sector, capital cost is the cost. There is hardly any operating cost. So the cost of the capital, which is the interest rate, that effectively becomes the cost of power. So that's why if you're able to raise money at low cost, then that gets converted into a lower cost of power. So this is a very positive development. The other development is even better for the country. Because today, one of the key challenges India has faced in the last 7-8 years is that while India has set up a lot of capacities, but it does not have any great manufacturing ecosystem. So for all our module requirement, we make imports, and those imports are mainly from China. That's a geopolitical risk. Secondly, that also means that our imports will go up. So it's very important that we create a manufacturing ecosystem in the country. Today, as we speak, we just have a capacity of about 8 gigawatts of module manufacturing and about 3 gigawatts of solar cell manufacturing. But then this needs to go up significantly because almost 80 to 90% of our module requirement we are importing. With this PLI scheme, the good thing is that the manufacturing will come into India. We are expecting that the capacity will go up by almost 4 times. And dependence on China will come down, dependence on import and on China. Now, we will be able to manufacture modules and cells. Slowly, probably we'll be able to go to even wafers and polysilicon. That might take some time. So this is clearly a positive development. As we have seen in other sectors like automobiles, when country took the initiative, the ecosystem of manufacturing ancillaries and parts came to India. Similarly, this is very much required in the solar sector, and this is an attempt to do that.
Thanks, Manish. I think we're really, just time has flown by, and we're almost at the end. But there's few other questions which are coming in, and maybe this question is, which is coming is, we're looking at the energy sector transformation, and clearly, what will the thermal guys do? That's the question. what happens to the thermal people?
Yeah. So this sector is definitely going to see a disruption. But then it is important for us to ensure that we have a smooth transition. Today, the biggest challenge of the country is that we really don't have much of gas-based power or hydro-based power, which can act as a peak load. So we are using thermal power as a peak load. This is not sustainable. Now, going forward, as we see more investments in renewables, one challenge which can happen is that the cost of materials which are required to put a renewable plant, like copper, aluminum, their cost will go up. And probably, the transition might have its own bumpy ride, because that would mean that the cost of renewable power also goes up. So I think it is very important for the country to ensure a smooth transformation. In my view, thermal power will be there in the country for at least a decade from now. But then I don't see much capacity coming in going forward. And clearly, we'll have to think about how to sunset this industry.
Yeah, I think that the writing is on the wall for this, and I hope you got the answer. The other part here was the question I was talking about digitization and adoption of technology to bring in scales. I think you did touch upon smart metering and energy services come in. Would you like to touch anything else apart from this, Manish, on the aspect of technology and ramping up the scaling it up?
So see, apart from this, also a lot of other important things are happening. So one is that clearly today, because of the usual digitization, the developers have become quite competitive. They can see all their performance of their units on a screen using the digital technology. And today, in fact, if you take solar rooftop, companies are coming out with a model that they will set up a number of rooftops, and only 1 or 2% will actually monitor it on their phones. So this kind of digitization is already happening. Then, I see a lot of potential on the energy efficiency side when it comes to digitization. I think these are some of the things which will happen in this sector. And I'm sure that as time passes, there will be more fertile brains who will come out with new ideas. And we are going to see a lot of new things as well.
Yeah, I'll just check, Arnab, while I'm getting lots of questions, and just know we are going.
See, other area, TVS, which I can point out is that disclosure will become very prominent going forward. See, because something which you don't measure, you don't monitor. And today, when you take the Indian industry, disclosures are quite rudimentary. And in fact, even the capacity is not there to do the disclosure, because we don't have the quality manpower who understands this. So going forward, I think a lot of digitization will also happen for proper disclosures. Meaning that what is your carbon footprint, what is your water footprint, what is your plastic footprint. And this might become law. And once the disclosures become better, it will be very good for the entire economy, because then when the industries know what are their footprints, then they will be in a better position to come out with the solutions to it. Yeah.
Wonderful, Manish. Arnab, I have just one last concluding request from Manish, but are there any other pointers coming in which you'd like to take on, Arnab?
Sir, there is only one question which is prominent from Saha, that he's saying that from the perspective of the project consultant, or from the perspective of the from the consumer, that if they are into some projects and everything, they are facing. There are various number of accounting standards in terms of accounting impact, like AC standard has come up, and many other standards are available. So, what would be your advice that when there are number of choices of accounting standards, what is the choice which would be best for, which would be how they would basically choose the accounting standard? That is number one. Another question was, there is another question like, until and unless the entire ecosystem changes, what would be what would be your suggestion for the MSME players in this sector, or the small players? into the climate change scenario? That is a very important question.
Both questions are very pertinent. See, when it comes to the disclosure standards and accounting standards, internationally, a lot of work has happened. We have TCFD, which is Task Force on Climate Change Financial Disclosures. We have GRI, Global Reporting Initiative. We have SAS, Sustainability Accounting Board. So in my view, we should not reinvent the wheel. We should study these standards and we should see how they can be adapted to India and come out with proper taxonomy. Already SEBI has taken the initiative. From the next year, top 1,000 listed companies in India will have to mandatorily do the disclosures. And SEBI has come out with guidelines about how to do the disclosures. I think those guidelines should be reformed and should be made compliant with TCFD. I think that is what is the intent also of the regulators. I think that is going to solve this problem. But the other challenge, as I told you, is that today we don't have the professionals who are really experts in this particular field. So I think a lot of investment needs to go there. We need a lot of investment in the education, and we need capacity building there. I think that will also happen. Now, as far as MSMEs are concerned, I think the first thing is that we should formalize the taxonomy. The other thing is that we should make disclosures compulsory. Right now, we are looking at doing it for 1,000 companies, but I think we should do it for everyone. Because once the companies realize that they have some distance to cover, then they will do their homework. And today, technology has developed so much that once the homework is done, they'll realize that actually they will become more competitive economically. So while they might have to do some capex in the form of, say, solar rooftop power, or in the form of putting energy efficient equipments, but these will give very, very quick paybacks. So actually, this will not only make them climate compliant, this will also make them economically more viable. That is what is my thought in this.
Okay, sir. I think with this, we would conclude the session.
Just only one part, Arnab, just the only last part for Manish here before we kind of conclude and hand over to you. Manish, clearly we are seeing a transformation taking place, but would you like to leave anything on your thoughts, on your outlook, which you feel like going ahead, and how you think, how you would perceive the energy transformation to take place? Your personal thoughts, or how would you like to see it?
See, global warming is the worst problem mankind has faced. And this is a problem created by us in the last 200 years. And if we really don't do anything drastic, probably the 2 degree will happen by, say, 2050. 1.5 degree anyway is being projected to happen between 2030 to, say, 2040. So this is the biggest problem that humankind is facing. And this is something which can be resolved only by global cooperation. This is a global problem, needs a global cooperation to resolve it. And it is in the interest of all of us, all the stakeholders, whether it is government or it is financiers or it is the industry or it is the civil society, that we take this problem very seriously and work towards the energy transformation, because that is the key to solve this problem.
Thank you, Manish. On that note, the 1.5 degrees would translate into a 5 trillion opportunity. I think that's something which we can look forward to in the positive space, in the way to look at the way the industry will span out. But thank you, Manish, for a wonderful ringside view. And I think a crash course on the energy transformation and the various aspects. We heard from a developer, we heard from a financer, we heard from the government, we heard from the end user, we heard from service providers. I think for all you have tuned in, thank you very much. I think you have just heard a masterclass delivered by Manish. And as you said, we are already witnessing a transformation in the Indian economy, the increased switch, the business models, and this is here to stay. And we all can do a little bit in this transformation journey, be it an end user, a supplier, a vendor, or a creator. But thank you, Manish. It was wonderful having you here in the session. And I'm sure people who are going to view this will be tremendously enlightened as we get ahead. Arnab, with that, if it's okay, I could close. And Manish, if any other pointers, we're good to close now.
Most welcome, and it was a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chaurasia. And with this, we conclude the session. And we'll be back with the Experts Roundtable on Tech Infra Technology as an enabler for infrastructure growth in a couple of minutes. Stay with us. Thank you, all of you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back with Experts Roundtable Tech Infra Technology as an enabler for infrastructure growth. We have very eminent speakers with us, Professor Dipankar Chaudhary, Professor T. Kant, Chair Professor and Head Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Bombay, and Mr. Satish Patel, Chief Digital Officer, Larsen & Toubro with us. The session will be moderated by Mr. Jacob Chacko, CGM Sales, Steel Authority of India Limited, and also member of our Infrastructure Committee. With this, I will hand it over to Mr. Jacob Chacko.
Thanks, Arnab. I think we can start right now. A very good afternoon to, there's some echo coming, I think somebody's, yeah. A very good afternoon to all connected on this webinar. Today, if we see all the policy makers in this country, we are focusing on two things primarily. One is a better infrastructure right now, and how do we complete it timely so that the benefits of are getting to the public. Number two, I think the most people speakers earlier to this session also spoke to how India moves toward a 5 trillion economy. So the two primary focus topics, infra and a 5 trillion economy. Now, infra being one of the major pillars of the entire scheme of things, and how do we make it to $5 trillion economy, serves a very good purpose. In fact, to have a smart technological use towards infra, and that is a topic of today's kept. I think this is a very good topic just been kept. Technology is an enabler for the infrastructure growth. And to take this session through, we have two eminent speakers. In fact, it's a perfect blend. One from the academia and one from the perfect manufacturing, the person who is actually implementing the entire things. So we have a Professor Chaudhary, who is from the academia, basically from IIT Mumbai. And another is from L&T, basically the largest construction company in this country, who does a lot of construction works in both India as well as abroad, Mr. Satish Patil. So we have Professor Chaudhary. I was going through his credentials actually, in fact. His list is too large. I think I seek apology from Mr. Dipankar Chaudhary to make it. If I go to your credentials for the entire time, I think 25 minutes is gone. So I just cut it short. In fact, I make it too short, in fact. Professor Dipankar Chaudhary is basically a professor of civil engineering from IIT Mumbai. And he's also done a PhD in geotechnical, civil geotechnical earthquake resistant thing. He's associated with many other IITs and also with the new IITs that has come up in this country. In fact, his recognition and fellowship lists is quite exhaustive. Well, it's too long and it's too long. He has a doctoral degree. In other words, he has also guided almost 30 further doctoral degrees also, in addition to his own. He has co-authored and authored many books. He is a member of the BIS committee. He is also involved in executing of various projects in both India as well as abroad. And I think that's a very little brief which I couldn't make it for this session rather. No. We also have one from the industry per se, from basically the L&T. Mr. Satish Patil is driving the business transformation in L&T and he's doing it across all the business verticals of L&T. He is in charge, responsible for the digital strategy and also the implementation roadmap. He has a mixed knowledge, again, of the industry and the software, the domain. He has a mixed domain rather, in fact, if you see that way. Mixed domain or the manufacturing as well as IT. So he is a perfect blend of both. He has worked across many countries across the world. He is experienced in IoT 4.0 and other technological computer software related activities. He is also a patent holder in 2 of the product warranties which he has. So I open the stage to you, sir, and let's have these eminent speakers make their presentations. First and foremost, let me request Mr. Dipankar Chaudhary to start the session.
Namaskar. Thank you so much, Mr. Jacob, for your introduction. And I'm really delighted to join this session. And thanks to Mr. Arnav for inviting me. Also, I'm very happy, as you said, from L&T, Mr. Patil is there. So it is a perfect blend, actually. So what I will do, I will try to quickly share some slides so that I can try to show what academia is involved and how we are interacting with industry in the industrial growth sector. And that is what we are looking for in today's topic. Since morning, I was hearing various dignitaries who were speaking about various aspects of industrial growth. I hope my slides are visible to all of you.
So can you make it a full screen one if you can do it so?
Yes. So this is what I am trying to highlight in this presentation today, a short presentation, modern technology-driven industry growth, how we bridge it with academia. So we all know about this, what is infrastructure altogether. In morning, I heard that somebody was defining infrastructure also. But when the failure of such infrastructure happens, that is a huge loss for the entire nation. So what essentially academia try to do, we of course do several kind of research, publish papers and all those things, but that is not enough actually, because just publishing few papers does not translate it to the actual execution. There the industry partners actually come up and they are the one who finally execute it in the form of technology development. So that is why if you see at IIT Bombay, actually we are involved with several projects with several organizations and industry partners And we also learn from them, from the practical aspects, as well as they also get from us the several challenges, how to resolve various latest technology, what we can provide from academia. If we talk about the industry growth and economic growth of India, of course, IITs contribute in that, and I'm very happy that on behalf of Civil Engineering Department of IIT Bombay, we contribute a large amount of industry interaction. All our colleagues from the department in various sectors of civil engineering and infrastructure, they contribute in the growth of nation. So here, another important aspect we should not forget, the role of standards, codes, or manual in the infrastructure growth, because that is what binds all the academia and industry together in the form of law. Because ultimately, one has to follow that BIS or the international standards, whatever comes in place. So, as I said, not few publishing papers will take it to the practice. It needs some validation, some reputations, and several other check and proof, so that it then only can take a place in the standards and codes. Similarly, probably it is better to try some new technology in smaller project, relatively smaller project, rather than jumping to the newer project at the beginning. And that is what the inclusion of the codes and following standards are required. But one important thing, probably in India, we should look for the continuous updating this standards and codes, because without the update, like in the left, I tried to just give a sample. Recently, I was in the committee of IS 1892, one of the standard. 2021, the latest revision came. It is the second revision. The first revision came in 1979. So you see the gap. But it is not that in this huge number of years, there is no such growth. There is several growth, but it took time probably to get it updated. So that continuous update is a must in the standards. And another important aspect, what I can tell from academia, that it is better to stop either misinterpreting or interpreting the codal provisions if somebody is not a subject expert. Because many a times we handle various projects coming from industry and academia in our IIT, that when they face the problem, they approach us that this code guideline has not been followed or probably misinterpreted. So coming to my area where essentially I can talk about like foundation system for infrastructure. Typically, we know all the infrastructure has to have some kind of foundation all together. So shallow and deep we generally classify. But if we see the modern aspect of foundation, this composite foundation or combined pilot foundation is one of the example in that arena. So in Europe, if you see in the 90s, it started picking up in practice. So this is some of the example in Europe, in Germany essentially. And over the years, after about 20-25 years, it came in the form of international design guideline. And you can see this design guideline for the deep foundation, how this combined pilot has to be used. And you remember that the world tallest tower, the Burj Khalifa, even the other one which is coming up, the Kingdom Tower, both are on this kind of foundation of composite foundation or combined pilot foundation. What is the importance? Another aspect, the economy or sustainability, one component what we talk about in the economic growth of the country, this is essential, that there is a huge saving of the cost if you go that kind of modern technology or a new type of foundation rather than conventional always going to the pile foundation. Latest learning also should be taken from the latest textbook, not that we have to need not to read the older books because those gives the fundamentals, but update is, that is what I am highlighting here from the academia side. Probably that is essential, that until and unless one is updated with the latest knowledge, then probably that cannot be practiced. Quickly, I will show just among several, just 4 major industrial infrastructure we have handled at IIT Bombay, new infrastructure growth of India, like new nuclear power plant, which is coming up in Hisar, Haryana. This is one of the major project of India. Then Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, MTHL, which will be India's longest sea bridge. It is almost close to completion, as you know, 21.8 kilometers long in Mumbai. The largest petroleum terminal of India, which is in Motihari, Bihar, it is also closing to the completion stage. and Delhi Metro Phase 4, where there are several heritage structures, including Qutub Minar. So these are the projects we recently handled. So coming to this nuclear power plant, why this is so special, though we already have. So just previous session, we were discussing about the energy sector. So in energy sector, of course, the demand of the country is so much that we cannot avoid the nuclear energy. Actually, it is very much essential to bridge the gap of the requirement or demand what we have in the country. So this is the first nuclear power plant which will be completely founded on soil. Unlike our existing other nuclear power plant, which are some places these are founded on rock, some places rock and soil combination, but this is the one site where it is actually alluvial soil, completely soil. So you can understand this is a big challenge because you are founding a big massive structures and important structure on completely a soft material rather than a stiffer material, which used to be a practice. So that's why the complex design of such kind of structure requires the latest technology. We cannot adopt our known technology there. We need the update over there. And this is the first place in a mega Indian infrastructure where combined pile foundation is getting used. So the construction pile foundations, etc. in process, these are the various design aspects. We were happy to involve with NPCIL for this. Coming to the next mega project, as I was mentioning, the MTHL project, which is the longest sea bridge in India, connecting the Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. So this is the 21.8 kilometer long and 27 meter wide. So look at the pile length. It is about 36.5 meter for the segment which we had involved actually in the seismic design and other things with L&T. So diameter is 2.2 meters. So this is really astonishing that nowadays, earlier days, we used to talk about diameter of about 1 meter, maybe commonly used. But now 2 meter, 2.2 meter, 3 meter even for the coastal project, it is getting used. These are getting quite common. So that requires, again, the new technology. And again, as I said, new update in the IS code, because no longer those conventional within the range earlier what we used to use are not sufficient, I will say. So through this, I'm coming to the next project, which I was highlighting, the largest petroleum oil terminal of India. You must be remembering that India and Nepal has a tie-up because this project actually will serve purpose for both India as well as Nepal, the requirement. So this site is a critical site in terms of earthquake. So because it is in the seismic zone 4, you can see in the Motihari in the Bihar, close to Nepal border, and we all know about the Nepal earthquake, recent 2015 hazards, etc. So how we can make the site such that the failures due to any earthquake or some sort never happen. So how to improve the ground and what are the testing in the soil. So here, when we talk about testing, there another aspect we need to remember. In India, we are progressing in various aspects. This is another aspect where we need a major progress, the in situ testing. Because SPT, CPT, these are conventional tests used in India commonly, but there are manual interference still available and some of the tests which should not be there. So also the energy measurement, etc., should be incorporated. So these are the latest technology what I want to highlight over here, which probably industry should also need to take care of. Even the DMT technology, which Europe commonly used, now in India also in the code, we have included that testing component so that it can be implemented, which already we have implemented through KLR in this site. So earthquake assessment, etc. we did. I am not going into those details. And this is the final constructions which is going on. The last project I would like to highlight here because of paucity of time, just I will limit into this. The Delhi Metro Railway project, phase 4, it is near all the heritage structure, as I said, Qutub Minar. So ASI has a guideline within 100 meters, you cannot do any kind of construction, whereas you need an underground tunnel. So how to make the vibrations due to the tunneling and due to the running of this metro, whether it will affect all the historical structures, not only Qutub Minar, there are other several Baulis are there, tomb are there. So nothing should be damaged. So we were involved with that project and we suggested what the remedies and etc. And accordingly, this design started following up. So with this few highlights, what I just want to mention over here, essentially our aim is to bridge this industry and academia gap. And through that, what we can do, probably we can bring the new learnings in academia through practice, through several testing and validation, which industry can implement. So thank you. I will stop here. I will be happy to address any questions or queries.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. In fact, a general perception of an IIT is normally academics. So you change the entire scheme of things into mix of academics and the industry. And it's a perfect blend, the starting from the piling work, maybe to the foundation, getting involved in the BIS activities. It's very perfect blend of, but normally the perception gets changed, So that's a perfect. Thank you so much, Professor Chaudhary.
Thank you. Actually, I will say since last 20 years, I'm at IIT Bombay, but I found last 10 years, this changing is happening more faster way. So I should thank all the industry partners because they are also involving academia and we both are learning together.
Yeah, that's smart technology and use of smart technology also. Perfect. Thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Satish Patil if he, to share his thoughts on this topic.
Perfect. Thank you, Jacob, for the opportunity. Arnab, you also. And it's an honor to be with Dipankar, sharing the same stage. And Dipankar actually set the stage correctly because the infrastructure 10, 15 years back was much different than what we are seeing today, right? So, and what I'm going to talk about is how technology is helping us to reach these milestones of the biggest, the largest, the widest structures. So I'm going to share my presentation slides. So please let me know if you can see it. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you can make it full screen. It's visible. You can make it full screen.
Yeah, I am doing it. How about now?
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So again, a very good afternoon to everyone. And again, I'm glad to be on this particular platform to share my thoughts about how technology can not only enable, but also boost the infrastructure growth, right? So again, as I said, Dipankarji set a stage, a very good stage, saying that the structures today are complex. They are becoming larger, bigger, longer, complex. He also mentioned about one of the projects which is MTHL, right? Metro Trans Harbour Link project, which is going through the sea and joining two lands. Now, all these things are making the projects more complicated, and it is involving a lot of assets, construction assets, the manpower, etc. So digital is a perfect blend and a tool where it draws inspiration from the academicians like IITs, where they come up with a lot of findings and research. It also bridges the gap between the customers because now customers are becoming more dependent and demanding. And thirdly, the execution of the project itself has become very, very complicated and complex. So digital is taking all these three inputs together and trying to solve the Rubik puzzle as to how do I construct such larger, bigger, longer, complex projects within time, within cost, and to the customer's quality satisfaction. So when you look at construction or an infrastructure, right, it has its own value chain. And what we are seeing is there are digital solutions that can help improve all these value chains. The value chain of a typical construction starts with design and engineering, where before you bid for a particular project, you need to submit a lot of designs and you have to do the bid. So you do a lot of this engineering. So prior to that, you do the survey, right? Again, we saw in the earlier presentation that there are a lot of structures that needs to be built above the ground. But when you go below the ground, you really don't know how the soil structure is. So that, again, going to that piles, if the soil structure is weak, you might have to go deep, so on and so forth. So you need a lot of those survey information. Then you can do a lot of this project execution, the real-time update of the status, the quality, the project management, project cost, the operations and maintenance, the safety of the workers, because the kind of, I was listening to the earlier presentation, if you need to make the 5 trillion economy and infrastructure is one of the biggest elements of growth, then it can't just happen with the existing manpower, right? You need more and more manpower. So more and more people would be coming together. So while building the infrastructure, having the safety of the people is of prime importance. So there are a lot of solutions around that too. So first and foremost, let's go with different technologies, right? I mean, again, if we go 15, 20 years back, we had conventional way to do the survey of a project site or the topography of any country, right? And we used to use these LiDARs. Now we have got all these above the ground, below the ground, GPRS, so on and so forth. We can do a 3-dimensional scanning of the entire geography around that structure so that we know in all the 3 dimensions as to how that structure is going to happen. So this has resulted, in lot of accuracy of the measurements. It has reduced the time period to survey bigger projects, and it has become the safest way to do it as well. Similarly, so geospatial technologies itself is so wide, and we can do so many things out of it, right? We can have digital geography, where you can understand the whole topography, the terrain, etc. You can also go through this obstruction and hurdles management, because when we undertake infrastructure projects, you don't know what you are going to come across, right? When you're drilling a hole for the piles, or you're trying to build a road, it might seem so simple, but when you study the soil dynamics, it becomes a different game altogether. So you have all this topographic surveys, spatial analysis. You can also do quantity estimations, many things that can be done with geospatial technologies like LiDAR, optical, radar, sonar, different technologies and different means to do it. Like it can be a terrestrial, it can be mobile, it can be a drone-based, helicopter, satellite-based, so on and so forth. Similarly, design and engineering, right? I mean, this plays a very crucial role today because our projects are becoming very complex. So having a 3D visualization to that particular structure when it gets erected gives a lot of inputs as to how this structure is going to look like. And when we add multiple dimensions like schedule, the cost, the quality to it, it becomes more and more visually appealing, and it gives a lot of clarity. With this kind of 3D visualization, you can also do a lot of clash detections, right? Because on drawing it looks good, but when you really start building it, you come across a lot of obstructions and clashes, etc. That can be mitigated with a proper 3D visualization and building information modeling. Similarly, today's projects, right? They are no more a small project. You can take the Metro Trans Harbour Link or the one which we built at the Statue of Unity. Now we are doing the high-speed rail, the bullet train in Ahmedabad. In fact, I'm talking from that site today, and so many more, right? So these projects are spanning somewhere between 1 year to 4 years. And during this lifespan of each project, lot of materials are needed in terms of aggregates, in terms of cement, steel, etc. And at the same time, the supply chain also is very very complicated, and it is very, very deep, right? So without a digital help, you just don't have visibility as to what is the things that are going into the project, how much cost has been consumed, and given the progress of the particular project, it's just not possible. So you've got many, many digital solutions in this space. You can do a precast panel tracking. In the Statue of Unity, we did the bronze panel tracking, because you need to know this particular panel is the nose of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. So how do we map it, right? So a lot of RFID technologies were done, so on and so forth. Similarly, what we have seen together is when it comes to infrastructure project execution, you need a lot of equipment. These are high-end equipments. Machineries are needed. So the whole question is, when I deploy these at the project sites, how do I measure the efficiency and productivity of these machines so that we optimize the utilization of these equipments? So Industry 4.0 or the IoT, which is Internet of Things, is playing a significant role in this space again. One is the moment you make those equipments or machinery smart, it starts giving you the whole productivity and efficiency information anytime, anywhere, right? Even sitting at an office, I can know, okay, there is some equipment doing piling process today. So how much it has done today? What is the progress? How much it has been utilized? So on and so forth. So we can also use it for plant and machinery maintenance, right? You have to maintain all these equipments. So with this data, we can come to know when a particular equipment needs servicing. So IoT is playing a very big role today, and it is providing a lot of visibility to the equipments that are deployed at the infrastructure projects. Again, as I said, when it comes to infrastructure projects, workforce becomes a very big element, and all this workforce, though they are skilled, but due to the sheer volume of the projects, you need more and more people. And when you get more and more people, it becomes the responsibility of the service provider to ensure the health and the safekeeping of this workforce. So there are a lot of digital solutions that have been developed in this space. For example, you can track the workmen, right? I mean, all these projects today, they are spread across multiple square kilometers of a radius. So how do you know that which workforce is working where and what is it doing? You also need a sudden surge in demand for a lot of workers in a particular geography. So it's not feasible for anyone to go knocking each and every door of a subcontractor. So there are a lot of Uberization solutions available for the workmen. So a lot of digital solutions in the workforce area also. Again, safety is of prime importance. We have deployed artificial intelligence and video analytics. For example, you can do virtual reality-based safety training for the workmen as to how to work at heights, how to work in areas where there are hazardous gases, how to work in areas where there is a lot of dust, etc., etc. You also have these video images, and through video images, you can do many things. I can easily detect who is wearing a helmet or a PPE kit, etc. In fact, the last couple of years, we have been going through this pandemic situation. So ensuring that we have a safe and well-being of the workforce, we use a lot of image analytics, which is artificial intelligence based, to detect whether they are maintaining social distance, to detect whether any worker has got high temperatures, so on and so forth. Similarly, as these projects are spanning anywhere between 1 year to 4 years project, measuring the progress of the project is very, very important. And today the customers, they are highly demanding, and they want to know how much progress has been done on a daily basis. And for such complicated, complex projects where the stretch of work is into multiple square kilometers area, the digital is the only way where you can have real-time monitoring over the project progress. So a lot of solutions here. Of course, once you build an infrastructure, you need some smartness in the buildings so that you can take care of the operations and maintenance. Again, IoT is one of the technologies that is helping in such areas. AI, as we saw some examples, AI is playing a very big role in the value chain of infrastructure construction. And we can use this analytics, from the data collected, and we can do analysis on the assets utilization, workman productivity, material reconciliation, the batching plant optimization. Batching plant is where the cement gets mixed up. How do you optimize the performance of the plant versus the production? You can have quality detections, pictorially, and the image itself will tell you, the quality of this weld is not good, or you need to improve something like that. So a lot of AI is being deployed in the value chain across infrastructure. So definitely digital is the way to go if you want to meet this 5 trillion economy, and with infrastructure as the big impetus. And there are a lot of solutions implemented by many companies, and it's no more that this is a new technology, how do I use it, etc. And Indian construction techniques are at par with international technology for EPC. So this is what I just wanted to cover, and just leaving a note behind where I would like to tell that digital is the only business constant if infrastructure growth has to go as per our expectations. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Let me know if you've got any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Patil. What you mentioned, still being the perfect blend of everything, solving the problems with L&T being there for larger, bigger, complicated problems. But the best thing which caught my attention is primarily use of basically Industry 4.0 in most of your things. That is the basic, the latest thing, Industry 4.0. In fact, you're using everywhere, be it equipments, be it your HR, be it your monitoring of a workforce, be it everything. So that Industry 4.0 is the latest in its kind today. You're using almost in every activity of thing.
Yeah.
Another thing which caught my attention is basically the health and safety of workforce, which normally we do not speak of, rather, in fact, in any of the forums. Health and safety of the farmer, that's a primary concern which all should have. And L&T being one of the primary construction company, I think that's a good thing which you're using IoT and AI for health and safety. Thank you, Mr. Patil.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you all. We still have some time. We haven't got much questions in this session because that's a very elaborative discussion. I think that's the reason why we haven't got much questions. But from the perspective of the organizer, we wanted to know that from various technology that had been used over the span of recent years that had actually laid growth of the infrastructure development in our country. Do you see that, of course, for adopting a technology in terms of financing it is much easier for the large companies. But do you see any trend in particularly in various startups and also the MSMEs who are also into infrastructure sector adopting new technologies in recent years? These questions I'm dedicating to both of you. So the new startups, companies, and the MSMEs, are they prone towards adopting new technology, and how they are managing? They're trying to managing their finances towards adopting new technologies. What is your take on that?
Should I go first, Dipankarji, or you would?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. All right. So it's a good question, Arnab. There are 2 points which you asked, especially for the MSME segments. One is technology easily available? And the second is the cost of ownership, right, of technology in execution. So first and foremost, technology is easily available. Had we spoken 10 years back, probably I would have said no. It is still available to only few select players. But today, technology is widely available. So there is no dearth of technology. It's a only question is how do you want to apply it, right? That's where the first point is. Second is the cost. Again, similar thing. Technology is evolving every 6 months, right? Even if I say IoT, a sensor, right? Sensor is something which senses automatically the slope of the ground, the wind, the direction, etc. Now, if we would have done this 10, 15 years back, the sensors would have cost huge. But today, all the sensors are easily available and at a very economical price, because not only few countries, but many countries have mastered such technologies. So all in all, today MSMEs can easily adopt technology and they are at competitive rates. Second thing which I would like to tell, when it comes to digitalization, cost should not be the factor. For the reason is the kind of information visibility you get for decision making is actually intangible, right? And you get a lot of insights. So how do you weigh it? The weight of decision making at the real time versus the decision making that you do based on yesterday's information, right? So it creates a big difference. And if you want to do a good infrastructure project and want to grow, I think investing in digital is the only way to go. Otherwise, we will be in the brick and mortar stage where it will take years and years to reach that maturity. So that's my personal take on your question.
Yeah, I can add further. What Mr. Patil said, I fully agree. I probably will highlight that you see the recent technological trends in the country. I see that our country's probably average technical population age is pretty young compared to maybe some of the Western countries, which is very good because they have the keen to know new things, technological development in the AI and various other digitized scheme, which in infrastructure probably Western countries, they are using it several years, but in India, it was not that common maybe 10 years back. But when we see the present, some of the projects, big projects which I have mentioned, one of the projects I recollect, that instrumentation of each and every pile. Okay, so that is not so common in our country, even today. Whereas in the Western world, it is very common. And that is what is coming up. And those are the things probably with the new technology, we are having a better opportunity and better chance. So what Mr. Arnab, you asked the question, of course, I can see that new entrepreneurs in this area or somebody coming up with the new companies in this field, they have a good opportunity because industry is also opening up to give them the chance to implement it in the field. And if you see, like, for example, we all know that Mumbai-Nagpur highway, in olden days, the chain survey has completely gone. So those are like obsolete method. Now drone and other things came up. And any companies, any young professionals, they're coming up with those kind of thing. They always can be taken care of. And I'm sure that our I will say relatively not so younger generation or experienced generation will accommodate them with this broad mind that yes, let us try with the new things and new technology to implement in India as well.
Thank you. With this, we conclude this session. We are evidently grateful to the guest speakers. With this, we would conclude. Stay with us. We are coming back with our special plenary session on urban infra. Thank you all. Thanks from our end.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone for giving us an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and welcome back with special plenary session on urban infra, new era of living through better housing. We have very eminent guest speakers with us, Mr. Anuj Puri, Chairman and Founder, Angarok Property Consultants, Dr. Sailesh Kumar Agarwal, Executive Director, Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council. The session will be moderated by Mr. Vinit Vijayvargiya, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group. With this, I'll hand it over to Mr. Vijayvargiya to take the session forward. Over to you, Vinit.
Thank you, Arnab. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this session on, which is a special plenary session on urban infra, new era of living through better housing. As Arnab mentioned, we have two distinguished speakers amidst us today. We have Mr. Anuj Puri, who's chairman and founder for Anarak Property Consultants, and we have Dr. Shailesh Kumar Agrawal, executive director, Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council. A very good afternoon to both of you, and thank you for taking the time today. I think this is a topic that impacts all of us. It's very close to our hearts, and what we are realizing is that with increasing opportunities in cities and decline of an agrarian economy, it has led to greater density of population which is living in large urban areas, and it is a trend that is being seen across the world. When we look at it globally, the number of mega cities and what UN and some of the other large organizations classify as cities with more than 10 million people, it's grown from around only 10 back in the 90s to 33 in 2018, and as per latest projections, it will be more than 40 by 2030. So it's a rapid increase. And what is also interesting is that a lot of cities which had there were 48 cities back in 2018 which had population anywhere between 5 to 10 million, which in this decade that we are in are likely to become mega cities. So rapid urbanization and growth of mega cities is something that, if I can say, humanity has been living with as a trend for some time. And closer home, I think in India also, if you look at any numbers across decades, the number of what the Ministry of Housing tracks at times as million plus cities or urban agglomerations, that has grown significantly in between the decades from 2001 to 2011, and then in the current decade as well. The interesting thing, of course, is that level of urbanization and population living in urban areas tends to vary significantly across states and cities in our country. And in order to looking at those varied trends, etc., one of the things that governments, both at center and state across the board, have been working very actively in launching schemes to promote housing. We are all aware of the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and there are various other policy initiatives, year after year in the various budgetary announcements, whether it was reviving the stalled housing projects, and a special, creation of an alternate investment fund, or creation of the Affordable Housing Fund, the National Housing Bank. So there have been multiple initiatives by both the central government and the state governments in this regard to ensure that housing for all is a reality, and it's something that can be made. I would say private sector has played an equally important role. The number of developers who have come out with residential housing projects across scale, size, and even price ranges has steadily gone up across the last decade. Of course, all of this growth comes at a cost, and with any large urban, denser city populations, it is going to lead to an impact on roads, transit, utilities, medical facilities, communication systems, and other sorts of urban infrastructure that we look at. And one of the main things that we wanted to discuss in today's discussion with our two eminent speakers is, as we look to the future and to a new era of urban living, what are some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we look to the future? And we also think about solving the shortage. In spite of a lot of supply in the market, there's still a shortage of quality residential units in the market today. So how do we look at that market, and how do we look to the future? I'd like to call upon Mr. Puri. Mr. Puri, given the context that we are in today, what are some of the key trends that you are seeing that are playing out when private sector developers are thinking about housing projects in the country?
Thank you very much, Vineet, and thanks for having us here. Your opening comments were very pertinent, and I think it captured it beautifully, the way that we'll laid out this session. So I think there are 8 or 10 things, Vineet, when the private sector developers are getting into the housing sector, their thought process is, and it's a lot changed in the last few years. Governance, And as BCG, Vineet, this will be like music to your ears. They are absolutely in it now. It's about governance, it's about ethics, it's about customer centricity, it's about delivery. It's about making sure that they are being able to prioritize their capital. It's also a nice balance between greed and fear. Otherwise, they were not fearful at all. It was only about greed, greed, greed. How do you continue to increase the prices? Now, this time, if you look at it, Vineet, the rally started about 12 months ago on the residential side. But the property prices haven't really risen. I mean, they've gone up, but they've gone up 5 to 7%, which is inflation, which is the supply, cost increase, the input cost increase, and they've just increased it by that. They are wanting to deleverage their balance sheet. They're focusing on cash flows. Their thought is that we have to make sure that there is a delivery that happens, and hence the financial closure of the project is happening. Is the capital allocation that they're doing it beautifully. Previously, they would collect the money from the home buyer and buy the next plot of land, and not use the money that they had collected from the home buyer on this plot of land to complete it. Now they're very, very clear. One, because of the compliances and the Real Estate Regulation Act coming in. Second, because of the consumerism, that they are very clear that the prioritization of the capital and the capital allocation needs to be within that segment. So those are thoughts that they're thinking. As far as the product, the physical asset is concerned, 5 or 6 new trends that we are seeing from the developers. They're building bigger apartments. So they were building smaller. Then COVID happened, and now they're building bigger. Then they're going into tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns. They're moving towards the periphery of the city. Everything used to be in the CBD, the Central Business District. Then it moved a little bit to the suburban. Now it has moved to the periphery, and the buyers are also very happy with it, because buyers are also saying, I'm not going to go to the office every day of the week now. Despite COVID receding, I don't think we're coming back to the office, 5 days a week. We can debate about that on a separate time. But I do feel that's where these developers are taking advantage. Second homes, plotted developments. I mean, people like Godrej, who were never into these plotted development, across India now doing plotted development. In tier 2 cities, in tier 3 cities, because that is what is really selling. So that's what's happening on the physical side. There's one interesting trend, Vineet, as you were saying, is the private sector contribution in the affordable housing, which is the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. And a number of private developers have gone into that scheme. But overall, we've started to see a trend where the developers are actually moving a little bit up again from just this affordable, because the thought is that the buyer is wanting a little bigger apartment, a little better apartment, a more newer apartment, better infrastructure facilities, more open spaces in that, and for that is willing to pay a little bit more. So what the data that we put together, very interesting, that we've seen actually the overall size of the market increase, but in that the contribution coming from private sector is actually reducing in affordable and increasing in, I would say, is sort of between 45 lakhs to 1 crore. The way that we define affordable is below 45 lakhs. So that has shrunk, not because they don't want to do, because their thought is that the consumer demand has moved to slightly bigger, better, and hence a little bit more expensive apartment. So that's in the 2 parts, governance, ethics, cash flow, etc. important. On the physical asset, bigger apartments, plotted, periphery, tier 2 towns, second homes, important. But the topmost for them is, make sure that the delivery happens. We don't want to go to jail.
Very pertinent points, Mr. Puri. I think, and I'll come back to you on a few of them. This is, this trend about, ethics, and you raised a very important point. And, if I was to think about, if I was to expand that a little bit, climate, sustainability, and giving back to the environment in a way, and being very environment conscious. buildings and housing by the nature of it are significant source of, greenhouse emissions globally. What sort of advancements are you seeing in design and deployment that you're already seeing, and that might be required in the future to ensure that the footprint, I would say, the carbon footprint of all these developments is as minimal as possible?
So it's a very interesting point, Vineet. As you rightly said, is that buildings, the real estate is very high impact on environment. There are several data. One of them says is that it produces nearly 39% of the carbon gases, the emissions coming from real estate. So it's a very significant contributor in the overall pollution. What we have seen is over a period of time, Vineet, that the developers on the office side have significantly moved to making the buildings carbon neutral. Whether these are sort of gold or platinum rated buildings. I've got some data which says that 7,100 projects equating to 8 billion square feet of green building footprint that was sort of sanctioned in India. But Vineet, this is not what the developers are moving on to. This is what the occupier, the tenant, who is largely a multinational, who's amongst the Fortune 500 companies, is forcing the developer to say, I'm not going to get into the building unless this is carbon neutral or green or platinum or whatever their specific agenda of the corporate at a global level is, and hence that gets passed on to the corporate real estate guy, and hence that gets passed on to the developer. So that side, we're seeing significant advancement happening on the green building. And I think people are sort of very much tuned because they'll not be able to attract the occupier. They'll not be able to attract tenant. Unlike BCG. BCG will have its own criteria that they're not going to necessarily get into a building which is a guzzler of energy. There'll be all sorts of audits that your team is going to do, because at a global level, they have taken this up as an agenda, and it's getting driven through. What is unfortunate is, Vineet, is that on the residential side, as a homeowner, as an occupier, we aren't pushing the developers. And hence on the residential side, we're not seeing this happen. And if you look at the overall Indian real estate, the office side is 16% and the residential side is 84%. So, this is like mammoth. So 16% has got sorted out, interestingly, because of the occupier. This one, 84%, hasn't got sorted out because the home buyer is not distinguishing. And unlike the office guy will pay you 1 rupee rent more if he has a green building. But the residential buyer is not going to pay you 100 rupees more per square foot if he's getting a green building. And hence, the dialogue is on this side that what do we need to do to bring that catalyst? Now, is it that the government gives some tax benefits? Is it that the state governments will need to give you higher FSI? In some of the states, we started to see this, that if you do a green building, you get disproportionately better FSI, and hence you can build more onto this. Is there a capital outlay that the government is willing to give on green building? Because they can be slightly more expensive than the traditional building. Over a period of time, it works out much more economical in terms of the energy consumption, water consumption. But for the developer, the capital outlay is slightly more if he is doing a green building versus a traditional building. So that catalyst hasn't yet happened because the homeowner is not yet pushing. And hence the thought is whether these are taxes, incentives of the FSI kind, or capital being provided by the government at a low interest rate. If you're doing green buildings, some discounts that you're providing. My guess is we will need to do that to get the dialogue started on the residential.
Those are very pertinent points, actually. And, the whole point around customer centricity that you mentioned, I think it's coming out, to the fore in some of the issues regarding the green aspect of the climate neutral aspect. So, yeah, I would agree. Those are very pertinent points. Dr. Shailesh, if I can bring you here, at this point in time. So, as Mr. Puri mentioned that, he's laid out that, different trends are playing out on the office side and the residential side. What are some of the latest advancements in building materials and technology that you are seeing, which can help developers reduce the carbon intensity of some of these developments?
Thank you, Vineet, and thank you, Anujji, for raising issues. Unfortunately, I come from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and we are dealing with housing. And to my friends, let me tell you that 96% of housing shortage is for the bottom of the pyramid people. So we are not talking about 45 lakh houses or 1 crore houses. So it's not that if you want to work in the area of affordable housing, you need to work for EWS sector, okay, and which is around 15 lakhs. Less than that. And let me tell you, because this is an opportunity given to me, we took it up as a challenge, and we have come out with the whole holistic technology package. Because it is not the time when you talk about brick alone, or you talk about something, some innovative thing and start using it in the building. You need to talk about the building as a whole in a holistic manner. So Government of India has done a lot of work, and let me apprise my audience here as well that you will be amazed to see when I talk to you that the kind of proactive efforts being taken up by Government of India in the area of technology. We are quite keen to bring technology transition in the sector, and I'm not talking about give incentive and all these things. I'm myself a technocrat. I am a structural engineer, did my PhD, and I know if technology is good, it doesn't require any sort of those kind of things. And I think Anuj will agree with me. You see any technology, whether you talk about aluminum formwork and all, nobody gave any push to it, but it came because it had merits. And thanks to Honorable Prime Minister that he himself was quite keen to bring this technology transition in the construction sector. So with that, we have made a lot of efforts, and if you just give me time, I would try to cover up all those things. But before that, because you started with rapid urbanization. So let me tell you, rapid urbanization, yes, we need to tackle it, but with the rapid urbanizations, opportunities are also unfolding in unprecedented manner, my friend. Let me first give you a few stats. I think, Vineet, you talked about it. By 2030, 40% of India's population will live in urban areas. This is as per a UN report, and it was 31% in 2011. So by 2030, 40%, and it will touch 50% by the year 2050. Means 815 million people, means 81.5 crore people will live in urban areas in India. So, as technocrats, as professionals, we have to cater to this growing population, and we have to meet their urban aspiration. So, as I told you that I come from Housing Ministry, and if you talk about building and infrastructure, so to meet that urban aspirations and to cater to this urban population, growing population, we need to build, my friend, 600 to 800 million square meter. 600 to 800 million square meter urban space every year till 2030. And if you're not able to understand 800 million square meter means you need to build a new Chicago every year. So I come to your point, can we do it with business as usual approach? Can we do it with brick and mortar? Can we do it with cast in place conventional frame construction? Next point. Let me take you to another point. India is at present around $3 trillion economy. And all of you, being true citizen, being true patriotic Indian, we all want to take India to $5 trillion or $10 trillion economy in coming years. And our sector being one of the large, and also India is one of the largest and fastest growing economies in the world. So India is witnessing massive public investment, robust private consumption, and structural reforms leading to rapid growth. So this is the opportunity which we must grab with both hands. And our sector, this construction sector, is emerging as the third largest sector globally and will contribute significantly in coming years to GDP and economic growth. Therefore, our sector, as you rightly raised, that carbon intensity need to be looked into, resilience of housing projects need to be looked into, we need to bring in new technology. So our sector need to be receptive, innovative, and productive, with the ultimate aim to foster sustainable growth and ensure better quality of living. Because at the end of the day, we need to ensure better quality of living. So I come to my point that business as usual approach, and business as usual approach, I talk about brick and stick approach, if you can call it cast in place RCC construction, or putting the walls brick by brick. These approaches are no longer sustainable, and therefore these construction systems need to be replaced by innovative building materials, technologies, and I said not only through building materials but technologies and processes. And having realized this, what we have done at Government of India, we initiated in 2019. We in fact launched a Global Housing Technology Challenge. Okay, its acronym is GHTC India. We launched a Global Housing Technology Challenge to identify and bring time-tested and proven construction systems across the globe in India, so as to build at much faster rate with better structural and functional performance and overall economic. Okay, the challenge in 2019 was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. It was on 2nd March 2019, and through that challenge, we could identify 54 new construction systems. I will just briefly tell you about those systems. These systems are not only resource efficient, but climate responsive, but also energy efficient, eco-friendly, and providing, we forget about, indoor air quality. That's a favorite subject for me nowadays, So these systems provide better indoor environment as well. So just for the sake of the participants here, these 54 new technologies have been divided into 6 broad categories. And I have just given them the name. One is precast concrete construction, all of you know, where the building components, whether it is beam, whether it is column, or whether it is your slab or walls or your sunshades, all those things can be cast in the factory. So that is one kind of system. Another is, another beautiful system which has come in India right now is precast concrete construction, 3D volumetric. 3D volumetric means the 80% of entire module of a building can be done in the factory, and all you have to do is transport it to the site and just put it like a Lego block, like a child play with a Lego block to construct a multi-story tower. Same thing can be done with buildings, and it is being done in India. Right now, there are projects going on in Goa. Right now, we are doing a project in Ranchi where 80% of the building module is done in the casting yard, and then you're putting them one over another. So these are 2 systems, and another system is light gauge and steel structural system. Earlier it was used, and somehow its uses was limited to industrialized structure. But now with the change in the technology, and now with the availability of built-up sections and all, we are promoting it in a very aggressive manner, light gauge and pre-engineered steel structural system in the residential sector. There is another, the category is drywall construction. And you can suitably call them sandwich panel systems. So there are a whole lot of companies mushrooming in India where they give you solutions, tailor-made, customized solution, where you can replace your entire facade, entire brick wall by these the sandwich panel systems. And all of you know about monolithic concrete construction, which is aluminum formwork. It came to India around 15 years back. This is the most widely used technology. So this is also one of the technology which came through Global Housing Challenge. So, and what we have done, and another technology is the stay-in-place formwork system, where you use the shuttering. The shuttering is left in the structure to act as the part of the structure. So it's called a sacrificial formwork. It either acts as a reinforcement or it acts as an insulation. So it is called insulated concrete forms, if you have heard of it. So what we have done after shortlisting these 54 technologies and dividing them into 56 broad categories, right now we are doing 6 lighthouse projects, and we are calling them, in fact, Honorable Prime Minister was quite keen to call these projects as lighthouse projects. And these 6 lighthouse projects, we are constructing 1,000+ houses with basic infrastructure, where we are displaying all these 6 technologies, all these 6 broad categories. And these lighthouse projects are treated as live laboratories to cross-learn different aspects of transfer of technology to the field, which includes not only design, construction, sustainability, energy efficiency, economy, life cycle cost, etc. So all of you are most welcome to go and visit. In fact, these projects were inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister on 1st January 2021, and very soon we are completing these projects. We have also launched a scheme called, to enroll all these stakeholders as technograhi, and we have coined the word technograhi. And Anuj, technograhi is a word like a satyagrahi and swachhagrahi. So technograhis are the people who will be catalysts to bring technology transition in the sector. So you all are, welcome to, register yourself free of cost as Technocrave on Ministry's website and visit these projects, learn about these projects, and get connected with the latest. Okay, so this will enable all the stakeholders to implement and replicate the globally proven technologies in their future endeavors, and therefore bringing technology transition in the sector. So I'll stop here for the time being and take up. Sorry for being
No, Dr. Sharish, that was very elaborate, and thanks for sharing that with us and the audience. My next question is actually related to one of the points that you said, that a large part of the opportunity for housing actually, resides in the bottom of the pyramid. And as you said, that the economically weaker sections of the society need to be supported in this and that. Some of the technologies that you mentioned, are there technologies or systems and processes that can accelerate implementation of some of these affordable housing projects and also help minimize costs? Because if we have to target them to EWS, we'll have to also price them in a manner that enables us to do so. Yeah. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, I will answer that as well. And let me tell you, because why, as I told you, that proactively Government of India has come forward. And we, as you yourself in your opening remarks, you mentioned that you are closely following Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. So I come from Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and you will not believe Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, when we talk about, we are talking about, majority of houses are for EWS sector. So we are working, catering to that. And in that Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, we are running a technology submission. And technology submission is all about, promoting these technologies, making these technologies affordable, and using these technologies for EWS sector. And let me tell you, again, I give you stats that under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, we have sanctioned 11.4 million houses. That is 1.14 crore houses, which is the urban shortage as given by states. So believe that data only. There may be several studies, but when Government of India works, they ask state government to give their urban housing shortage. So the urban housing shortage was spread to 1.12 million, 11.2 million, which is 1.12 crore. We have sanctioned 1.14 crore houses. Out of these, 16 lakh, that is 1.6 million houses, are being constructed using these 6 broad categories, which I just showed. Also, now just to answer your question specifically, let me tell you that we are following 3S mantra. Let me also give you another 3S. S stands for skill, speed, and scale. The kind of scales we have. We give the example of Singapore, we give the example of other countries, but the kind of scales we are dealing with, they are never heard of. The kind of urban renewal schemes Government of India is right now operating upon, that kind of thing is nowhere in the world. This kind of urban renewal, urban reconnaissance has taken place. So we have to keep in mind the scale. Then, of course, if we want to move forward, we have to have a special set of skills. And we have coined our word speed. In times to come, it is not about cost; it's about speed. If we fail to deliver at the right time, we will lag behind. We will not be the kind of country we are aspiring, the kind of country we want to have. We want to build new, young India, self-reliant India. We need to impart speed. So whenever I give lectures, I tell students that please take it from me, and in times to come, when you design a project or when you decide about materials, you have to think of speed. Okay, so that is going to be the speed is going to be one of the major criteria for technology identification, selection, and implementation. And therefore, expeditious technologies can help build faster, and that's what we are promoting. And now it's time that we consider speed as one of the foremost criteria while implementing the projects beside other parameters. As regards cost, because you asked about minimizing the cost, because this question haunts every one of us, let me give you another stats. The business as usual approach, if we continue to build, I think Anuj was talking about this, if we continue to build using brick and mortar and cast in situ RCC construction, all of you know we consume 40% of precious energy resource, 40%, 25% of precious water, and 40% of precious natural resource. And because I'm not giving a lecture, if I start talking, you all know sand, all of a sudden sand has become scarce. And we are getting sand making machines. Nowadays, artificial aggregates and artificial sand is being talked about. So are building they consume precious energy, precious water, natural resources, and at the same time these structures which we create contribute 50% of air pollution, 42% of greenhouse gas emission. You were talking about carbon footprint, so 42% of greenhouse gas emission is contributed by the structures we build over their lifetime. 50% of water pollution and 48% of solid waste. Can we afford this? The answer would be no. So therefore, it is of paramount importance to bring paradigm shift in the construction sector by bringing new innovative construction methodology and materials. The systems which I just talked to you not only bring speed, but also safety, sustainability, quality. I think Anuj was talking about quality. When we talk about RCC construction, we take quality for granted. We think what our mason is doing is going to last forever, which is not the case. All of you know. Better thermal efficiency, the acoustics, efficiency, greater fire resistance. And another word we have coined is life cycle cost. See, it's not about initial cost nowadays, it is about final life cycle cost. How many of us sitting here are really bothered that once the life of the structure, which I am designing, is over, how that structure is going to be demolished? No one of us. That need to be accounted for at the very first stage. And that is why Government of India, in their recent circulars, they have included life cycle cost. That if a project is of that much size, you need to, consider life cycle cost. And life cycle cost is nothing but summation of initial cost plus, the operating cost of a building and the disposal cost. So disposal costs need to be accounted for. And when you talk about disposal cost, naturally you will think of the kind of system you are identifying, the kind of materials you are identifying, and things like that. Okay. So let me also tell you about affordability in cost, because these all systems are primarily based on factory setup. We are talking about industrial setup, and therefore economies of scale play a very important role. We need economies of scale. I think you understand by deciding cost per square meter. There is something called critical mass associated with each technology. Means minimum threshold built up area required to make that technology viable and economical than the conventional systems. I can give you the example of lighthouse projects. All these lighthouse projects, because we are building around 1,000+ houses. So in all the projects, barring one or two projects, one project we are doing in Agartala, which falls in CC Zone 5, and another one in Ranchi, where we are using altogether a different, that Lego 3D volumetric construction. Everywhere else, we are getting the cost less than the conventional cost of construction, which is 10 to 15% less. And added advantages, as you say, one ek ke saath ek free. So you get whole lot of other advantages: energy efficiency, sustainability, life cycle costs. So 10 to 15% in our own government projects, we are getting that kind of advantage. Let me also give you the example of all of you have worked with aluminum formwork. In 2008, when I joined ministry, that aluminum formwork system was known with the name Maivan. All of you must have remembered Maivan was a Malaysian technology. And no longer it exists there, it exists here. And right now in India, there are more than 50 companies who are manufacturing aluminum formwork with robotics. And aluminum formwork has become cheaper than your conventional construction, irrespective of critical mass. So that is the strength of these technologies. If these technologies are mainstream, they will become viable. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
No, very, very important examples, Dr. Agarwal. And I would say that it's an interesting point that you mentioned, that speed and some of the government initiatives, whether it's through lighthouse projects, etc., can serve as a beacon for the overall sector to adopt some of these Western class practices and also take inspiration. As you're rightly saying, the proof of the pudding is actually eating it and seeing it live. And some of these lighthouse projects going live is I totally agree, is the right step in that direction. Anuj, let me come to you now. Given we have Dr. Agarwal here, and he is from the government, and he's already shared with us some initiatives that the government is doing. What other policy changes or enablers do you think the sector as an overall requires to adopt, let's say, some of the things that Dr. Agarwal was mentioning, and also from your own experience that you think is required?
So, first of all, I must congratulate Dr. Agarwal, if I can call him Sailesh. I thought I thought the energy that he had, the eagerness, the enthusiasm that he had was fantastic. Yeah, fantastic. Sailesh. We need many more leaders like you. To be able to help on the housing sector. But I agree with you, Sailesh, that the government has done a fantastic job. I mean, these numbers, what you're saying are real numbers. And, I thought it was like 1.25 crore, but you said it's 1.14 crores.
Yes.
In that. These are humongous numbers that we are talking. And in the private sector, Sailesh, the developers deliver about 350,000 homes a year in the top 7 or 8 cities. So you can see the difference, Vinny, when the government comes into play versus where the private sector is. Private sector is equally important. I'm not saying it is not important, because it does help. I mean, 350,000 homes every year you are adding over a period of time, it does add. But once the government comes into the play, exactly the point that you're saying is, Vinny, the proof is in the pudding. The word speed, lighthouse, if you can actually start to deliver, then it becomes a beacon not only for the other government department, but it also becomes a beacon for the private sector to be able to copy these technologies. And what the government has scale, again, Sailesh, you use that word scale, is the ability to be able to use these new technologies on a scale which it has, to be able to become a beacon for private. Usually we think private is the beacon for other sectors to follow, including the government. I think in this one, what the Ministry of Housing has been able to do is just phenomenal. I think 3-4 things we need to answer your question. Dil mange more, so there can be a lot more that you would continue to ask for it. But 3-4 things that I would say is, one is, and I do want to ask Sailesh on this, is that on the housing for all, there is no policy that we've yet got out on rental housing. My thought is, housing for all as a layman doesn't necessarily mean that we have to build and sell. Why can't we bring in policy where even on the renting is part of housing for all? And you'll have tons of people, Vineet, that you socialize in, all these private equity funds, the Blackstone and GIC and Brookfield and all these guys, and globally they do huge amount of rental housing in affordable housing space, because the yields stack up for them. So if we are able to bring in the policy on defining rental housing and be able to position some of these funds that are coming in from overseas, and they've done fantastic job. If you look at the REIT, and Blackstone itself has some 4.5 crore square feet of office space in India. They're probably the largest developer of India today on the office side. So I do feel that's one thing, and maybe we'll request Mr. Sailesh to speak a little bit on that, is that how do we bring in a policy change which is not only for just building and selling, but actually allow rental housing to prosper. Can we do 1 million, 2 million homes by these 5-6 large funds, which they build the buildings and they're renting it out for 15,000 rupees a flat, 20,000 rupees a flat. And I can tell you all these guys will come in because they're speaking to say is that, we want to come in. That's one. Second is, maybe a little tactical, but a very important point, is there is a government-sponsored fund called as SWAMIH, SWAMIH. So it's a distressed fund, which State Bank of India is doing. I think it's about 12 or 14,000 crores. Fantastic job it has done. It has brought so much confidence back into the home buyer, because all these Noida projects, Greater Noida projects, NCR projects, they were stuck. And it was just not being able to move. This fund has given money to complete those projects. Now we require 125,000 crores to get these stuck projects going on. Is there a possibility that we fill up the coffers of SWAMIH fund, because this is now depleting very quickly? It's been on for nearly 2 years. So obviously they have deployed that capital. Or can you empower private sector? So can you empower HDFC, ICICI, Kotak, others to do a similar thing what SBI has done on SWAMIH, because it will help bring a lot of the stuck inventory. Tens of thousands of apartments just in Noida, which are 3/4 complete, 90% complete, but need that last mile funding to do that. So that's my second policy thought, is that, is there a possibility that you can allow private sector to do what Swami has done with the State Bank of India? And the third is perhaps even more tactical on that is that there'll have to be something on the GST that policy-wise that one will have to do, is because this input tax credit is causing some grief and escalating the price. Small point, I'll not go into the detail, but the first two are important to be able to bring in the volumes that we are really looking at on rental housing and on Swami type, because it can bring in a lot of the half completed, 3/4 completed inventory back into the market.
Anuj, the first point that you mentioned on rental housing, I think that's a very interesting point. Typically when we are tracking dry gunpowder, as the industry calls it, globally, there is a significant amount of gunpowder that people are looking for. And if you put in some of the big Canadian pension funds, etc., who are looking at stable housing, I totally agree with you. It's a big market that can benefit a country like India, where again scale and size becomes interesting. As you mentioned, I'll also like to call in Dr. Agarwal. Any thoughts on
Yes. I wanted to yes. Anuj, I think you're too good, but let me tell you. See, I work passionately because I know my sector is very reticent about bringing in changes. Private sector is bringing. You people brought aluminum formwork systems, but our sector, all of us know it's quite reticent to bring technology, and we are working very passionately. And it's all because of Honorable Prime Minister. He saw 3D printing and he said, let's use 3D printing. Let's construct houses. When China can do 3D printing, why can't we do it? And we can do it. I can tell you, there are people, youngsters, 25 years old, graduates of engineering, and they have set up plants with 3D printing. Okay, so let me come to the Anuj's point. And Anujji, proof in the pudding, you see this. I missed, because I am a structural engineer, because I talk about technology. When this COVID came, and I'm not a politician, I'm a pure civil engineer. When this COVID came, and after COVID, when people started migrating, our secretary called us and said, can't we do something for them? And as you said, this point has been raised time and again, that why can't we create rental housing stock for the people? And look, during that COVID time, you were talking about work from home, and we, in government never sleeps. COVID time also, we came to office. I'm talking about 2020. There was a lockdown for 2 months. In April and May, we produced this guidelines, affordable rental housing complexes. If you don't have, I will send you a copy. You can go to our website or ministry's website and download this. Okay, so we rolled out this scheme, affordable rental housing complexes. And Anujji will be happy to note, because I was involved, I put a component of technology in this also. And we are giving a technology innovation grant to private sector if they build these housing complexes with new technologies.
Wow.
So in this, if I have to read, I will just read it for you. Post COVID-19, Honorable Prime Minister has given clarion call for Atmanirbhar Bharat to promote economic activities. Aligned with this vision, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has initiated affordable rental housing complexes as a pro-poor and significant step for urban migrants and poor. It is being run under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban. This initiative is being taken up for the first time. Okay, and let me tell you, there are two components. One component is, as you said, the inventory which we have created, government has created, and which is being unutilized, that at a government level, we are converting them into rental housing complexes. Another one for you guys, construction, operation, and maintenance of affordable rental housing complexes by public and private entities on their own available vacant land. So Anujji, if you want to create an urban housing stock, go to our website, ARSC, register yourself if you have a land, and you can start rolling out. Right now, more than 100,000 houses are being constructed under affordable rental housing. In Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, few states are forthcoming, and you all are welcome, and it's all available on the website. Okay, so that is the answer. And sir, distress fund, I don't know, because I am not a distress fund. You raised a good point, but I can't comment on distress fund. Yeah, but this affordable rental housing complex, I know because I am also, appraising these projects and to attract people, as you said, to GST. Anuji, you must be knowing that in affordable housing, we have reduced the GST to 1%, and there is a special provision in this budget also. It was there, so you can go through that. It's 1% for affordable housing.
Dr. Agarwal,
I'm not an expert of this, but I can just tell you this, because don't argue with me about that, because we have kept affordable housing under separate GST with input, what you call input tax credit.
Actually, Dr. Agarwal, as a segue to the point, to my next question to you, you were sharing, that there are now more than 50 companies in the country which are doing, let's say, either aluminum formwork, or there are a lot of companies that have started doing, as you were mentioning, 3D printing. So, are there any thoughts within the government of giving grants or some incentives to these kind of players as well? Because you, as you rightly mentioned, if you are introducing technology for any affordable housing project, you can get, let's say, a grant or a support from the government. Are there some other initiatives in the pipeline as well to support manufacturing of new building material in the country?
First of all, this is a very tricky question and very dicey issue. Initially, when I was young, I used to promote this very aggressively, that if we want to bring some changes, we have to incentivize it. But my bureaucrat friends, they change my mind, and they always say if something is good, it doesn't require your changes. Okay, that is one thing. And see, Vinny, please understand, it will open up Pandora box. It looks good. I mean, please try to understand the kind of country we live in and the kind of complexities we have. It will open Pandora box. But what we have done, you very rightly said, in 2008, when I started, I found that these technologies are very good. Why we are getting aluminum formwork from abroad? Why can't we set it up here? Why can't we have it here? Then we found that the company from abroad, they are willing to come, but they require a demand which somebody can vouch for. That look, I will give you 100,000 houses, which we can, in government we cannot give. As a private person also, you cannot give. You will say, come, I will try to give you business. Okay, so that was one thing. Then what we did, we pondered on it with Ministry of Finance and all these things. What we have done, we have now created an interactive platform where, like Anuj wants, he says that, Shailesh, I'm very impressed by this and connect me with these technology providers. So what we have done, we have created an interactive platform where all these players, technology providers, angel investors, and those kind of people, they can interact. There are big contractors here in India who are still, they have, huge paraphernalia in terms of machines and all those things, but they don't have new technologies. So what we have done is we have tried to connect them. So that much we could do, because that financial front, we don't do anything, but financial front, we are giving technology innovation grant to states who are going into technology. But we have created that kind of platform. But to answer your question, what has happened now? It was in 2008, but with the concerted effort made by ministry and all of us, and with the friends like you who are really willing to, pitch in this innovative construction sector, right now there are, let me talk about precast concrete construction. All of you know, earlier there was only BG Shirke and L&T. And right now there are more than 15 companies who are into precast concrete construction. There are there are 3 companies in India who are making plug and play homes, who are making 3D volumetric construction, which was not there earlier. Aluminium formwork, as I told you, in 2008, we used to import. Now there are 50 companies, more than 50 companies who are, doing that kind of thing. And recently, the efforts by Honorable Prime Minister, what he says that there is no, don't do research of that kind. Transplant global best practices. There is no harm. If there is something time tested and proven elsewhere, why can't we transplant it here? What we have done, transplant those technologies here, make them make in India. Adapt them, make them make in India, and then go abroad, sell them back. So with that kind of the enabling environment, now a lot of companies. If I have to tell you, there are a whole lot of companies, manufacturers, entrepreneurs, SMEs, startups, designers, consultants available. And I'm quite impressed by startups. When we were organizing this Global Housing Technology Challenge, I was asked that we should, look at the Startup India website. Anuj, please listen to me carefully. If you go and see startup website, startup in construction sector, every day there is one startup in construction sector. You will be amazed to see there are startups in construction sector catering to sustainable building materials and technologies. And as I told you, there is a company in IIT Madras. There are young people, engineering graduates. They are doing into 3D printing. There's another young graduate who is working on 3D printing. Also, as you were telling Vineet, we are supporting. Government of India is supporting through incubation and acceleration support through IITs and research institutions to groom few startups. If you come with an idea, and if you want to get the incubation support, then Government of India is supporting through IITs. And if our technology is ripe and market ready, and if you want some kind of acceleration support, that is also being provided by Government of India. But it is strictly through IITs and research institutions.
Got it. Got it. Now, thanks for sharing that, Dr. Agarwal. I know in the interest of time, I just wanted to do a time check. Anuj, any closing thoughts, remarks from your side?
So our sector on the real estate side, on the private sector, I think 3-4 things are happening. One is a lot of consolidation taking place. Better quality developers. There's corporatization that is taking place, Vineet. We're seeing that the fly-by-night operators are moving away. This government is very, very clear on compliances, and those people who are benefiting by being non-compliant are disappearing from the sector. Structurally, also, Vineet, the sector has really matured. I mean, I've been in this sector for 25 years. I have not seen the changes, the transformation in this sector, what I have seen perhaps since 2017 or maybe 2016, with the Real Estate Regulation Act, with the demonetization, with the GST, then with the NBFC crisis, then with the COVID. So on the other side, as we are emerging, it does appear to me that this has now become like an industry. I mean, I'll give you some figures. There were 22,000 developers of some size and meaning prior to 2014. Today, there are about 800 developers. So that is the consolidation with which it has taken place in there, which is actually good for the consumer. Because then these are people, who are protective of their reputation and will deliver rather than, what was happening in the past. So that's the first thing. Second, I think is structurally we are in an upswing cycle. Hopefully in the next 3 to 5 years, it does look like, and it's global. It's not only India, residential real estate globally is doing very well. Maybe it is low home loan rates. Maybe it is less work from home. Maybe it is social security. With a lot of the youngsters, millennials, who tended to rent it out, are taking this as an option to buy. I mean, we sell 21,000 homes a year. And I have never seen millennials buying in their late 20s, early 30s. And when you meet up with them, you say, how come you were like always wanting to rent it? They're like, my mother, father, girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, whatever it is, they're forcing me. So social security. So that's my third thought in this. And the last is that I do feel is that from a supply demand perspective, the overhang of the inventory has almost neutralized now. And we're almost coming to whatever that overhang in the supply was having almost diminished. So the demand and supply are starting to cross, and you may start to see increase in the price now of the residential real estate on 2-3 aspects. One, genuinely the input costs have gone up. And I think Dr. Agarwal will bear me out on this, is that genuinely, cement, steel, some of these building materials, it has gone up in there. And the second is that the balance sheet of the developers, if you look at it, is very thin at this moment in time on the profitability. So they do need for the effort that they are putting in that. I think, Vineet, it's been fantastic the way that you've said it. And one of the things that I will take away from this session is about this technology. My thought is, Vineet, I thought we were the only guys as Anurag that we were bringing in prop tech. But actually, it's opened my eyes that actually, why are we only thinking about us on the sales marketing? I mean, what Dr. Agarwal is saying is that, guys, think about it. We're construction, and he reminds me of what I had heard in Dubai in the expo.
Yes.
There they had said is that that by 2030, 25% of the buildings in Dubai are going to be 3D printed.
Yes.
That's the goal that they are going. So, in my view, the speed, because it reduces the timeline. And that's what technology does. And Dr. Agarwal, it also probably brings the cost down, as you've given several examples. That technology doesn't mean that it's going to increase the cost. So you're bringing the speed, you're bringing economy, or producing more economical things. So my last point on that is, Vineet, that I do feel is that we are in for structural change, which many of us may not have even thought or comprehended. And given the environment, given the platform that India is today offering, and given the availability of capital that is willing to come into India, I do feel we are on a threshold of a major revamp on the real estate side.
Okay, perfect. No, thanks, Anuj. Thanks for sharing that. Dr. Agarwal, any closing remarks from you?
First of all, thank you very much, Anuj, for such nice words. Let me also tell you here, whatever I talked about, and if you are keen to see all these things, Government of India is very transparent. You go to any ministry's website, any ministry's website for that matter, you will get a ready-made dashboard available. And that dashboard will tell you what is the progress, what is the scheme, how many building units are built, and things like that. So similarly, if you want to look into these technologies, you want to have deep dive, you can go to ghtc-india.gov.in website. All you have to do is on Google, you just type GHTC and you will get whole set of these technologies, their literature. In fact, we have created, you were talking about passionate things. So because I am a scientist, earlier I was with CBRI, Central Buildings Institute. We have created audio-visual films in pedagogy for all these technology, just to teach people, just to make people understand. And already in India, as I was talking to you, already we have printed, LNTS, they have printed a 3D printed two-story house in their headquarters at near Madras. Okay, so 3D printing has become a reality in India as well. So all this information, whatever I talked about, it's available on the website, and I think most of the points Anuj has already covered. Very right. If we want to bring speed, it will help us reduce a lot of other things. Bringing in efficiency. And sustainability all about efficiency, resource efficiency, whether it is material, whether it is manpower, whether it is environment. So you bring in efficiency the moment you reduce the time. And one of my friend, a developer like you only was telling me that if you do a project in 18 months, the kind of money you borrow, because I am very weak, although I am a Agrawal, but I am very weak in accounts. So, somebody was telling me when you borrow the, capital to execute a project, if you complete in 18 months, there is a advantage of 3 to 4%. One of the developer was telling me that. So at last, being a professor, let me coin 3 things. Let's replace construction of building by manufacturing of building. And dear friends, if you understand the meaning, construction of building to be replaced by manufacturing of building. And if we understand this, that's the whole thing. Secondly, all of you know, I'm just giving 3 things. We all know how concrete is being made. In our childhood days, there used to be a brick platform over that, sand will be poured, concrete will be made. And when we moved to these cities, urban areas or metropolitan cities, we came to know about ready-mix concrete. So what is concrete got converted into RMC? Can't we have RMB? Ready manufactured buildings, and it's a reality. There are companies, there is a company Katera, you might be knowing, earlier it was CAF, they are already, L&T even, they are making these, there is a company called Home Mission, there is a company called Magicrete, all of them are doing this kind of ready manufactured building. So this is another word I'm coining, ready manufactured building. And third, I'm very impressed by one of my junior who is into this startup. He has given me a word, sir, like you say, USB is a plug and play device. Nowadays, you call plug and play homes. 80% of the house can be done in the factory, sir. With all services, everything. All you have to do is plug it with these services and start playing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. Thanks a lot. I think this has been a very interesting session, to say the least. In summary, I don't think I'll be doing justice summarizing it, but I would say it's clearly emerging. Technology is the future for the sector. Technology, not just for manufacturing, but how we operate housing, and Anush touched upon PropTech becoming a reality. So across the value chain, I think technology is going to be the key mainstay of the evolution. I think the second point that has clearly emerged is that there are a lot of progressive policies and outlook that the government has put into place, when with RERA coming in, which led to various changes in the market. Now, as Dr. Agarwal pointed about some of the technology initiatives, etc. So there are fairly progressive policies and measures that will help the market further. And lastly, I think the private sector has played a pivotal role, and the way the inventory has been brought to the market and continues to be brought out, the evolution of the product is a good sign of sustainable communities, healthy communities for us as a nation. And that those would become, I would say, a beacon even for the world to emulate in some cases. With that, I think I will close the session here. Thank you, Anush. Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for sparing your valuable time and sharing your
for me out. Sorry if I spoke a little more. Sorry.
No, we enjoyed it. And thanks to Vineet. Vineet, fantastic moderation.
Thank you, Vineet. Thank you. And thank you, Anuj. We'll meet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arnab.
Thank you, Vineet. Thank you, Mr. Puri. Just before we close the session, just wanted to, on a personal and lighter note, we own a small mud house. It's in a middle of a jungle called Beliator between Bankura and Birbhum district, and the house is not in a very good shape, and we were thinking of building up though it's a mud house and there is no electricity over there, so the entire thing was pro sustainable kind of thing. So we can take advice from both of you that how we can rebuild those thing in a small capacity. Nonetheless, we have enjoyed a lot of solid recommendation has come up, and I hope that Dr. Agarwal is already our member of the committee, and we would also request you to be involved with us and guide us in our future, that how we can take it forward, to share our experience and connecting with the relevant stakeholders to make our pledge more stronger. With this note, we would conclude this session. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Arnab. Thanks, Vineet.
Thanks.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Welcome back once again with our concluding session, Experts Roundtable, the most important part, financing infrastructure, impetus for a growing India. We have very eminent speakers with us, our guest of honor, Mr. P.R. Jaishankar, Managing Director, IFCL, and also a special guest, Mr. S.K. Amadia, Managing Director, Tata Capital Financial Services Limited. So we would be discussing various aspects of infrafinance that we have witnessed in recent years. And first, we welcome Mr. P.R. Jaishankar, sir, to kindly join with us. As per an estimate, India needs 31 trillion to be spent on infrastructure development over the next 5 years, with 70% of funds needed for power, roads, and urban infrastructure segments. And we have seen a tremendous focus on infrastructure development in the union budget. What are the key challenges in raising this amount, according to your view, sir?
Good afternoon, and I think it's a very apt and timely discussion on this in this topic. As far as infrastructure is concerned, the projects are capital intensive and require massive capital inflow. And the most crucial strategy to stimulate growth in the sector is effective deployment of capital resources by all stakeholders, be it the public authorities or the private concessionaires, in whatever form the infrastructure project is taken up. The budget, of course, has given a significant push. We have seen 35% increase in the capex from 5.5 lakh crores to 7.5 lakh crores. And this will have a lot of multiplier effects, particularly in ancillary and connecting industries like cement and steel. And in turn, it will also give a boost to domestic refractory industry. And the budget support towards NHAI for 25,000 kilometers during 22-23. That's again, it's going to be a very important aspect, the push towards the next scale in highway construction. Then the NIIF has been further enabled, the NIIF system, the National Investment in Infrastructure Fund, with a 5,000 crore allocation. And the capital expenditure for railways has been enhanced by about 14%. All these things are really, very, and there are many more, aspects in the budget, particularly, announcements for including data centers, for including battery storage infrastructure as part of infrastructure domain. So, which is actually defined as infrastructure. So these are all, very good initiatives. As far as the resource is concerned, the banking sector is the dominant, sector for providing such the major the central reservoir for such resources. But looking at it in a 5-year horizon, that is the last 5 years, the banking sector has slowed down its offtakes. I mean, it's a push, I should say, because about in 2015 it was around 65% of the total infrastructure outlay, which was coming from the banks, and that has dropped to almost 45% now. And this has been replaced by the NBFC IFCs. So NBFC IFCs have been taking a more aggressive and a more prominent and dominant role in funding infrastructure sector. And today it stands at around 24 lakh crores. So I think, overall, the positions, the market positions, the market share positions of the institutional players have, changed. Going forward, the challenges which are mainly being faced by the banks and other institutions, availability of long-term funds. So it's nothing new for Indian environment. World over, it's the same, problem. But how we are able to structure our financial assistance to suit infrastructure projects and deploy them on a long-term basis. That is something which will be the biggest challenge, and I think it's more than a challenge. It's a structuring issue, and the structuring issue today is all. I will just give an example of the Channel Tunnel, of the UK to France. 99-year concessions, 203 banks, and $1 trillion. So I think this speaks volumes. So if we have to do such long-term ventures, we need systems. It's not that these 203 banks have long-term funding. They are also their DNA and their genesis and their systems can be very well matched with Indian banks. Maybe in a different scale, they may be functioning in a larger scale, but more or less, as far as the assets and liabilities and tenor matchings are more or less similar. Why is it not happening in India, and why is it happening elsewhere in the world? That's only because we have to have a different view of the financial regulations, and the way in which we have to view regulations and view restructuring, particularly of the standard assets. That mindset change is required. I think if that happens, then it would be possible for a long-term amortization for infrastructure projects, and this is possible only if we have a change in the restructuring. So relay financing, because infrastructure assets can be relayed from one set of banks to another set of banks, and the terms and conditions when the relay happens must not really amount to restructuring, and which disincentivizes the new incoming banks from taking over such assets. So I think those aspects need to be dealt with in detail. Other than that, some of the other challenges are more in the real sector side, where greenfields, particularly the greenfield financing issues like the land acquisitions and the approvals and the grievance redressals and the concessions, the concessioning agreements. Those are itself, the contract issues are also, some of the challenges which lenders will face and lenders are facing, and they will continue to face unless reformative measures are put in place. So I think all said and done, the intention is very clear. The intentions of the government is to push infrastructure, and from 2015 onwards, we have seen a number of measures, particularly in the road sector. The Ministry of Roads and Transportation have made a number of changes to the concessions. They have brought in a more number of players to actually take up road contracts, and a number of other measures which are more conducive to long-term lending. So I think if these measures continue, and if we the kind of regulations, which I just talked about, those also are reviewed. I am sure, we will be able to fulfill whatever, objectives are ahead of us.
Thank you, Mr. Jaishankar. Over to Mr. Amaria, if you may kindly share your views from the perspective of a private lender.
Yeah. So basically, the question is on our key challenges for raising this amount or not. So the government's own budget, which is driven by the revenue collections, cannot fund the entire infrastructure development needs of this country. That is very clear. There will always be a limitation to the extent of the deficit any government can run to fund this capital expenditure. So that's the key gap which remains. With such a macro scenario, it is important that policy environment for infrastructure is completely stable. I think that's something which is very, very critical and predictable. That's very important to invite private and foreign pools of capital into the sector. So this capital flows coming into the sector is going to be very, very key. Be it their own infra funds or the foreign funds at any point of time. Long-term projects involve various risks of change in policies or the life of the projects. So one needs to handle that very effectively. Delays in clearances. I think that's something which is very, most times, delay because of delays in clearances. There are cost and time overruns, which we've seen in innumerable lendings over the years. And this often leads to revision in the price of the final project. So, so putting the developers and the lenders' interest at risk. So these are some of the key challenges which I believe, in addition to what Mr. Jaishankar spoke, if we can handle these challenges, I think the next few years, 5 years, we can we can look for solution for financing the capex in power, roads, and the urban sector.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Maria. I will come to Jaishankar sir once again. The center has infused 20,000 crore in National Bank for financing infrastructure and development. That will help the development finance institution start its operation to catalyze investment in the infrastructure. What are the new opportunities and challenges for DFI and future perspective, and how IIFCL is looking the new possibilities with DFI?
Development institutions are a form of government interventions in the financial systems that aim to address market failures in provision of finance, or more generally to help achieve socio-economic objectives such as provision of finance to those markets which are underserved or unserved or not well served by the existing financial systems. In fact, the erstwhile development financial institutions had challenges. I found it very difficult to finance projects with high economic but low financial rates of return and remain financially viable at the same time. But you see, we in the present context, we hope that this challenge will be overcome in this by this institutional framework, and an enabling environment is created. Mainly, development finance institutions need to work with complementarities, and I think the complementarities with the existing financial framework needs to be well defined and well regulated. It's only pertinent that such institutions get into those areas where no other institutions have gone before, create the market for other players to follow, and develop the market, and then get out of the market. That is the idea, because it's not pertinent to crowd. Otherwise, the private sector institutions and the other existing institutions would be crowded out. that's one important issue, and I'm sure that will be addressed through regulations. And other than that, the kind of institutional mechanism which is already in place for financing infrastructure requires more such institutions. Already, we have power sector institutions, we have institution in the railways, we have IIFCL, we have many in the urban infrastructure, and so on and so forth. They have many institutions, but I think looking at the kind of massive mandate or the massive goal that we have, I think we need to look at more number of players specialized in different sectors and able to raise resources on their own and manage them, have a very proper corporate governance systems well within their internal framework, and at the same time deliver the finances, raise resources and deliver the resources efficiently to the markets which they have, they target. I think this way we can, the specialization will only help. More number of institutions would be able to deliver the finance properly, and it can be led by a development finance institution or a set of development finance institutions which can pave the way for other commercial financiers to do finances in those markets which are now underserved or unserved.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll come to again to Mr. Maria. If he could kindly share his views that what role government should play and fine-tune in policy advocacy terms to ensure smooth flow of funding infrastructure. We have already discussed about what are the challenges we are facing in terms of infra-financing. What are the key, according to you, what are the key things that they fine-tune that would change, that will kind of give a boost to the infra-financing sector, according to you, Mr. Maria?
Thanks, Arnav. So I believe that some of the steps that we can take at this point of time is, designing of standardized model for concession agreements across industry segments. I think this is extremely critical. We've seen that a lot of issues out here. So if we can have a standardized model for concession agreements across industry segments, that will help. Effective and fast dispute resolution mechanisms for enforceability of contracts. I think this is the key to any implementation, any success for any project. So there are a lot of times where disputes come in, and there should be a very effective and fast. A lot of work the government is doing and must complement it. But I'm sure faster dispute resolution mechanism will certainly help. Then there's a need for comprehensive policy for across for a transparent legal policy and institutional framework that can create clear guidelines and procedures for development and implementation of public-private institutions. I think that's something which is PPPs are important for the country. We've seen that in the in some of the developed nations, this really works well. And if we can grow this area, I think there is a lot more, the infrastructure side, there can be a lot of impetus. Then the other areas which I feel is involving the lenders and the developers for continuous policy interventions basis change in the project implementation dynamics, creating multiple institutions for infrastructure funding. I think that's very, very critical. I have always believed that pre-qualification of a developer to be given high weightage only on pricing related on bidding parameters for finalization of a contract is not the right way. There we need to see that how high quality developer can be selected, and just not on pricing. So a pre-qualification of a developer to be only on pricing is not the right way, I believe, and sometimes that's what creates the issue. But how do you establish that pricing is not the only parameter in winning the contracts? I think it's easier said than done. But if there is a methodology to look at bidding for established developers, that will also help and smoothen the flow as we go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amaria. With this, we'll come to Mr. P.R. Jaishankar sir once again, and both to Mr. Amaria, that in the context of India's pledge for net zero, do you shift focus on infrastructure investment? In terms of net zero, is there any focus for infrastructure investment more into green projects and all? How do you see that there is a change in the infrastructure finance in the context of India's pledge for net zero?
So Arnab, I'll take this with your permission. So in a sense, just to understand this very clearly, implies that the employment of mechanisms that would offset the amount of carbon emitted by a country into the atmosphere by absorbing an equal amount of greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. I think it's a that's what net zero means. As announced, in the recent budget also, and the stand which has been taken by the government has reiterated the government's stance of going beyond the targeted investment in green infrastructure and building a viable ecosystem. So I think India is extremely committed to net zero. Allocations to the ministry for the new and renewable energy, which is MNRE, has doubled from 2% of allocation to in the last fiscal, and the target is I think 5% at this point of time. PLI, which is production linked incentives for high efficiency solar modules, have been raised I think to 24,000 crores from 4,500 crores. So these are some of the very, very solid stand which has been taken by the government to see that we are moving in this direction. While the Indian government has constantly been refining policies to bolster the growth of EVs in the market, what I was just reading a few days back is recently GAIL, as a unique pilot project, has started hydrogen blending and checking the techno-commercial feasibility, giving a clear indication of the progress towards alternative fuels. I think this is a very large step which India has taken, and I think this will, this will hold the whole hydrogen development will hold a large key as we move on. Actually, one of our, within Tata Capital also, Tata Capital Clean Tech, it's a joint venture between Tata Capital and IFC, where we hold 80%, IFC holds 20%. And since inception, we financed more than 270 projects with renewable capacity of more than 11.5 gigawatts, thus averting an annual carbon emission of approximately, I think, around 16 to 17 million tons. So there's a lot of work that we're doing on the financing side also in this area. With IFC being the key equity partner, we have institutionalized the process of ESG, evaluation of every project to finance in this sector, which is the clean energy sector, like biomass or solar, solar energy, wind energy, water treatment, among the major sectors. Thank you.
Over to Mr. Jaishankar, sir.
Yeah,
what is your take on that?
I couldn't, agree less, in the sense I completely, what Sarosh has, he has more or less summed up everything. But let me just put one more perspective to this, in addition to this, his, views. the announcements in the budget, of course, he has mentioned. Of course, one more thing was, the battery swapping policy. With its interoperability at its core. That is, that will speed up, a number of things, and with a view to decarbonize the Indian economy and adoption of green vehicles. That's something which is very, very important. And as far as the financing is concerned, so far, we have. We had very, very long tenor financial lines from multilateral agencies. And that has significantly helped in, bringing that necessary viability to the infrastructure projects across, in the sense it's not just the renewable energy, but also in other areas. But more or less, in the last few years, such lines are very, very, selective about the kind of projects that we take up in turn. So you see, now those lines are also, focusing more on decarbonization and the objectives for net zero. So this will also add our perspectives, because looking at the kind of long-term financing, 25 years in yen, Japanese yens, or dollars, or whatever it is, but with very, very cost-effective terms. So I think that is also, one incentive for the process. So that's something which we have to bring in perspective. Saroj told about the IFC, but the other multilaterals also have the same kind of objectives. And if we need to have more of multilateral funding coming in, then we need to kind of push up our renewables and ensure that those areas of decarbonization and containing the emissions to that level that we have been targeting, and going beyond the targets also. So I think that's something which we have to adopt in future.
Thank you, sir. Over to Mr. Amaria. The corporate bond market is still a long way to go in providing adequate financing to the infrastructure sector in India. How far you think that this is going to help the infrastructure development in India, the corporate bond? What would be the significance of that, and how far you can see that it is going to change the dynamics of the infrastructure finance in our country?
So Arnab, the Indian bond market has been dominated by issuances from high rated entities, be it AAA or AA plus, or PSUs, and some in the financial sector. Companies who are very highly rated in the financial sector. Moreover, the events of the last 2 years have dented the optimism of credit funds that was still at a very nascent stage of evaluation compared to the overall bond market. So even credit funds have been a little shy of coming into this sector. We've seen a lot of developments in certain countries. China, we've seen a lot of, Mr. Jaishankar also spoke earlier, China, there has been a great amount of explosion on green bonds and the other areas, but certainly not at this point in India. There is a significant gap, what investors or bond issuers still believe, between the risk appetite of a bond investor and the riskiness of the project. I think if you read the mind of an investor or of a bond issuer, there is a lot of risk perception between both these areas, and that gap needs to be bridged going forward. What I've been often in various forums and in various conversations, we've been thinking, and I've been saying this many a times, that an innovative credit guarantee corporation which is there in certain countries, and which we have maybe for the MSME sector or the smaller end of the lending curve. Innovative Credit Guarantee Corporation, owned and well capitalized by the government, with world-class project finance executives appraising these projects before extending the guarantees to these bond issuances, can help provide confidence to investors. This is high thinking, but I think something like this, which is prevalent in certain parts of the geographies of the world, that can really work well. We also have now other AAA rated issuers who can get 10-year money from bond markets, and markets have appetite for 3 years and at best 5 years paper. This creates a significant maturity profile problems, because infra needs very long-term funding, 15 years, 20 years, at least 10 to 12 years. So, and the bond market is very inclined towards 3 years, 5-year papers. So if the same Credit Guarantee Corporation can provide a backstop, then at the end of 5 years, bond market players may have a tool to mimic, a 525 scheme of RBI. This can be achieved. Of course, the Credit Guarantee Corporation shall provide the backstop on principle only and subject to compliances with with financial parameters. So this, I believe, can help to deepen the markets, and if this will mean that acceptable credit risk can be taken by bond investors with longer tenor papers, aided by government funded guarantees. Given green bonds is an emerging markets in India, I feel, though at a very, very nascent stage at this point of time, coupled with relatively attractive evaluation and steady economic growth to various foreign investors. In future, even moderate hike in interest rate will have an impact on this sector, I believe, due to the momentum of this. So I think a lot of work needs to be done on this area. The markets need to get understand this risk, be comfortable with this risk. Credit funds need to come in, taking longer term exposures. And if this happens, I'm sure the impetus for long-term financing in the bond markets will certainly improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amaria. And now we'll come to Jaishankar sir. We were discussing about PPP and how the PPP mode can be changed, and what are the things that we need to. One session was that involved lenders and developers. What are the key changes that you want to bring in for PPPs so that that would help the infrastructure finance in our country? What are the key changes that you want to see in the PPP mode? To be very specific.
In order to have a sustainable development of infrastructure in the country, we need private capital, we need private investments, and we therefore need public-private partnership models of projects. Government alone, the funding from the government alone cannot sustain it, and cannot push it up the scales that we are intending to reach. So I think to a certain extent that the government, by its hybrid annuity models and all the other forms of push that it is giving, is good enough. But if we need to reach the scales, we need private investments in a large way. We need animal spirits to be back. And if we need that, we need the confidence of the private investors. And if we need the confidence of the private investors, the model of infrastructure development in today's context, we need to look at how that confidence can be built. Looking at it from concessions, we're looking at it from contracts. Since the infrastructure projects are generational, they pass on from one generation to another. They go on for more than 40 years, 50 years, even 60 years and 100 years also in many areas. We look at more than 3 or 4 governments, seeing each of these projects. So when we are looking at such long-term generational infrastructure projects, there needs to be a consistency in policies for private players to come in, and that will only ensure their confidence. So the consistency in laws, consistency in the manner in which your treatment is given over a period of time, and without much changes, and your predictability of your outcomes. These are some things which are very, very important. And if we look at making small changes in rules, in concessions, they are very, very welcome, and I think it will help in the short run. But in the medium and long run, we need much more. And if we look at certain developed countries like Canada, or in certain countries in the European domain also, I think we need to learn from the kind of systems that they have there. Perhaps a time has come for an infrastructure law in India, a public-private partnership law or an infrastructure law, which can look into the interests of all the stakeholders, be it the private sector participants or the public authorities or other transactional players, the lenders. Lenders are also a very important constituent in any infrastructure project, because almost 70% of the financial stake is from the lenders. And today they are not party to the concession agreements. They need to be tripartite in nature, the concession agreements. All these things can come in the form of a law, including a grievance redressal system, and institutionalizing such systems, and develop standards for contracts. And I think if we have this kind of a standardization coming in, this would be beneficial not only to the road sector, but also to all the other sectors. And we can, as a nation, one nation, have a very standardized form of infrastructure development, which will be beneficial in inviting not only the private players from in the domestic domain, but also from the international arena, where capital can flow in. I think we have to look at it from a holistic sense, and we have to look at it from the interest of the such investors and the private participants, and ensure that we have a system that boosts and builds confidence amongst the various players.
Thank you, sir. Now, just another question to you: that private participation has been in decline, despite several measures taken by center in recent years to promote, ranging from for inviting foreign investment, streamlining regulations, to introducing innovative finance mechanism like infrastructure investment funds, debt funds, and our National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. According to you, what are the steps those may be adopted for to witness more private participation in the infrastructure financing area from the government perspective, sir?
Yeah, see, as far as the current context is concerned, we have a reasonably well-developed system for private participants insofar as completed projects are concerned. And we have the InvITs, we have infrastructure development funds, we have also got the monetization programs, right? We have the hybrid annuity model where revenue risks are taken by the government, and so on and so forth, which actually alleviates the private sector from market risks. But if we need to develop this further, there are a number of areas we can still work on, particularly in the regulations, where like I mentioned earlier, that we need to look at regulations and help conducive regulations and review the restructuring process. That is one. Now, looking at it from a greenfield investments, the greenfield investments are, fraught with construction risks, land acquisition risks, approval risks, and so on and so forth, which are much more larger and which needs to, have, a more consistent approach, not only from the public authority perspective, but also, it needs to have the kind of push and change in mindset by the officials of the public authorities. At the same time, we have to look at infrastructure players in the market, the kind of specialization, the kind of expertise and the quality that they bring in, and that can come from only the private sector. And therefore, if we need the involvement of private sector in a larger scale and with larger financial flows from the private sector, I think we have to have the consistency built in through law. So I think we look at it from two angles: one, the greenfield investments, and brownfield. The brownfield, there is a reasonable ecosystem built in today, but the greenfield still lacks that. So I think we have to balance both, and that's when we can generate capacities on one side. At the same time, we can help build values on the capacities built and trade them. And generate wealth.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Again, a very we have come almost close to the session, and we cannot ignore the role of technology. We have already discussed in our couple of previous sessions that role of technology in various aspects, in in changing maybe. In today's world, we are seeing the first 3D printed building is coming up, and also we have seen lots of changes in the overall technology, particularly in the time of COVID. How you have managed the entire business, maybe when you were homebound and couldn't reach to your office. But the entire thing you have managed, kudos to you, both of you, that you have managed the entire gamut of work while not being physically present in the office maybe. But however, what are the, there's a lots of data infrastructure is there, and lots of technology have come up, which will be the game changer for infra finance segment also. So what are the technology that has actually excited you over the recent years, and how do you think that technology can be a game changer in infra finance segment? I would ask this question to both of you, and I would request Mr. Amaria if you may kindly take it first.
Thanks, Arun. Yeah. So technology has played an instrumental role in every sphere of this world. I mean, there is no two ways about it. Everybody is moving, digitally, and the whole spectrum has changed completely. This can bring a major transformation in the infra financing as well. No two ways about it. Basically, the very basic example is the implementation of FASTag through the UPI technology has prevented leakages.
Phenomenal work.
Yeah, so phenomenal. I mean, across India, toll projects. There are no leakages at toll projects as such, boosting lenders' confidence, because a lot of money is given for developing these roads. Evaluating the project on real-time basis through various mechanisms like drones. Drones is going to become a major area, which can provide lenders real-time reports on to take more viable and informed decisions. I think that's going to be critical, in this space, establishing, in education areas, establishing satellite campuses for propelling quality education in remote locations. Then, the GPS surveys to ensure the actual right on way is available instead of only the right on way on paper, which most of the times we see, which will help the implementation of projects in defined time and thresholds. I think that is going to be very, very critical. But the biggest change, I think, is a change in mindset. We will need younger minds out here to develop in this area of technology. Times have been changing. I often tell my colleagues out here that what I've learned in the last 2-3 years on the technology side, I may have not learned in the last 20 to 23 years. We've all unlearned what we've done in the last 3 years and last 25 years, and what we've learned in the last 3 years is extremely critical from a digital and technology point of view. There is no harm in learning and adopting these areas from youngsters. Have reverse mentoring, very, very important. Have in this area to see how we can have you learn from young graduates, young technology people coming out from IIT or Indian colleges, and recruit them in this area, and give them the challenges to change on a technology side what can be done. And I am of a firm believer that things in this sector will change rapidly. Thank you.
Over to Mr. Jaishankar, sir. Recruiting fresh engineers from IIT for improving the technology side. Your take, sir.
Well, of course, technology is omnipresent, and I think it's being used in every area, and it has to be, and will definitely improve the quality and the kind of work that has been carried on so far. Insofar as infrastructure financing is concerned, this sector is no exception. We definitely tend to benefit a lot from the use of technology. Digitization is something which everybody is adopting, and this was not there before, where we had interventions manually, we had analytics done manually, and we had traffic studies being surveyed manually and projected with different tools, and which were a little old. Similarly, the revenue projections also were actually done more or less. The new technology, the digitization, the analytics, the risk management, the internal control systems, the control mechanisms, all these things can change, and it offers a very, very viable atmosphere for financial institutions. And in the long run, I think the systems can excel. If not perfect, they can definitely become excellent places. One such important area which pertains to infrastructure project is that of monitoring and ensuring that the deployment of funds and utilization of the deployed funds takes place well. And there is the way in which it has been done earlier, that is changing, and we had the lenders, engineers, reporting the progress in work, and based on which and chartered accountants issuing certificates based on which the utilization was analyzed and deployments were done. But today we have systems. We have actually built in-house. We have built softwares to use the satellite images and drones and the artificial intelligence to ensure an online project monitoring on real-time basis, which actually adds a lot of quality and ensures compliances on real-time basis. So I think these are some very, very important aspects which technology can bring in. In addition, I could also say that the documentation process, because the documentation itself is a very vast, the documentation is very vast in respect of infrastructure projects. So digitization of documents and having them and holding them in digitized forms can help compliances very, very vastly. So I think these are some of the these are some of the issues, some of the areas which I just mentioned about. But in almost all the spheres, it's going to make a difference. And overall, I can say the bottom line is the institutions develop quality. The projects become more viable, and obviously, returns to the shareholders and the wealth creation is, to that extent, enhanced.
Thank you, sir. So we have covered almost, what are the key challenges in the sector. We have covered the key policy advocacy measures to be taken, and what is the infrastructure finance perspective from the India's pledge for net zero. We have covered the corporate bond market, and of course the most important part of technology. So before we conclude the session, just a departing note from both of you, just a one-liner that before you say, just a one-liner for the audience and for us, maybe what you have learned from COVID, or just a one-liner departed note from both of you, if you may kindly add.
So
just a bye-bye note.
Yeah, no, so thank you, really appreciate for organizing this event.
Thank you, sir.
And as I said, and this is for everyone, learned in the adopted to ways of our working in our day-to-day working. There is what you've learned in the last 23, 24 years, or my career of 25 years. What we've learned in this last 2 years is a sea change. I think that's the biggest learning for all of us. I'm sure all my colleagues and all the people watching out here. So the faster we adapt to this change, that's going to be the next wave of working in the infrastructure business also. Thank you very much, and thanking you for organizing this.
Thank you, Mr. Amaria. Mr. Jaishankar, if you may kindly add just a departing note from you, sir.
Yes, I think the sector offers a lot of potentials, a lot of promise. Today, the aspirations of the Indian general public has grown, and there's Hobson's choice but to develop with infrastructure as a central engine. And obviously, the financial institutions have their roles to play, and we will continue to strive towards ensuring all that is needed and all the resources that is needed to build the nation with greater quality and become a world-class nation. So I think that's the objective. And thank you very much for having me over. And I'm sure I enjoyed it, and I hope we get to get the feedback from the audience as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. With this, we conclude this concluding session of our financial infrastructure impetus for a growing India. We are immensely grateful to Mr. P.H. Jaishankar, MD IIFCL, and Mr. S.K. Amaria, Managing Director, Tata Capital Financial Services Limited, for joining with us. Thanks to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.